This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. The factory floor was eerily quiet as I walked through, a stark contrast to the constant hum of machinery and chatter of workers during the day. My footsteps echoed off the concrete floors and high ceilings. I'd worked here for over a decade, but something about the place at night always put me on edge. Maybe it was the old ghost stories that had been passed down through generations of workers. There was talk of old Manuel, a long-time employee who had died of a heart attack right on the factory floor nearly 30 years ago. Some swore his spirit still lingered, unable to leave the place he'd dedicated his life to. I'd always brushed off those tales as silly superstition. Ghost stories were for kids around campfires, not grown men who spent their days crafting precision instruments. Still, as I made my way through the darkened building, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I tried to focus on my tasks, checking that all the equipment was properly shut down, making sure no tools were left out, double-checking that the alarm system was armed. But my mind kept wandering back to old Manuel. I'd never met him myself, but the older workers spoke of him fondly. By all accounts, he was a kind man who took pride in his craft, arriving early each day with a thermos of coffee and his beloved radio to listen to Mexican music as he worked. Shaking my head to clear the cobwebs, I continued my rounds. As I entered the sanding and finishing area, a chill ran down my spine. The air felt different somehow, heavier, almost electric. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I told myself it was just fatigue playing tricks on me, but I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. I quickened my pace, eager to finish up and get out of there. But as I neared the exit, an unmistakable sound stopped me in my tracks. The whir of sanders spinning up, the rhythmic thump of the buffing wheels. My blood ran cold. I'd personally checked that every piece of equipment was powered down. There was no way anything should be running. Heart pounding, I sprinted back towards the finishing area. The sounds grew louder as I approached, but when I rounded the corner, the room was dark and still. The machines sat silently, just as I'd left them minutes before. I stood there panting, trying to make sense of what I'd heard. It had been so clear, so real. But now there was nothing. Maybe I really was losing it from lack of sleep. I turned to leave again when another sound froze me in place. Music. Tinny and distant at first, but growing steadily louder. The unmistakable trumpets and accordions of Mexican ranchera music filled the air. My legs felt like lead as I forced myself to follow the sound to its source. There, sitting on a workbench, was an ancient transistor radio. Even in the dim emergency lighting, I could see a fine layer of dust coating it, as if it hadn't been touched in years. Yet it was clearly on, blaring music at full volume. With trembling hands, I reached out to turn it off. The moment my fingers touched the dial, the music cut out abruptly. The sudden silence was deafening. I fumbled for the power switch, but it was already in the off position. How was that possible? A scraping sound behind me made me whirl around. One of the heavy wooden stools we used at the workbenches was slowly sliding across the floor, as if pushed by invisible hands. I watched in horror as it came to rest in front of one of the sanders. That's when I saw him, just for a split second, but the image is seared into my brain. An old man, stooped with age, but still muscular from years of labor. He wore the same navy work shirt and khakis that had been our uniform for decades. His weathered hands reached for the Sanders power switch. Then he was gone, like a mirage fading in the desert heat. I'd like to say I bravely investigated further, but the truth is I ran. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, not stopping until I was in my car with the doors locked. I sat there shaking for what felt like hours, unable to process what I'd just experienced. When I finally calmed down enough to drive home, I tried to rationalize it all away. I was overworked, overtired. My eyes and ears were playing tricks on me. There had to be a logical explanation for everything I'd seen and heard. But deep down, I knew the truth. Old Manuel was still there, carrying on with his work long after his body had given out. It shook me to my core, but I couldn't deny the evidence of my own senses. The next day, I cautiously asked some of the other workers if they'd ever experienced anything strange in the factory at night. To my shock, several of them opened up about their own encounters. One woman said she often felt someone watching her during late shifts, even when she was alone in a room. A younger guy admitted he sometimes heard faint music playing, even though no radios were allowed on the floor. These stories both relieved and unnerved me. I wasn't going crazy. Others had sensed old Manuel's presence too. But it also meant that what I'd experienced was all too real. In the weeks that followed, I found myself growing oddly comfortable with our ghostly co-worker. I'd greet him when I arrived for my shift and bid him good night before I left. Sometimes I'd even bring in CDs of traditional Mexican music and play them softly as I worked. I never saw old Manuel as clearly as I did that first night, but I often caught glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, or felt gentle brushes of air as if someone had walked past. The radio would occasionally turn itself on, always to a ranchera station. Tools would mysteriously move around the workshop, invariably ending up in more efficient positions. Far from being scared, I came to see old Manuel as a benevolent presence. He clearly still cared deeply about the work we did and seemed to want to help in his own way. Other employees began leaving small offerings for him, a cup of coffee, some pan dulce, even the occasional shot of tequila. Production numbers steadily climbed, and our error rates dropped to all-time lows. Management was thrilled, crediting new training programs and equipment upgrades. But those of us on the floor knew the truth. We had a secret weapon, a master craftsman with decades of experience and all the time in the world to get things perfect. It's been several years now since that fateful night. I still work the night shift, but I no longer dread it. Instead, I look forward to the quiet hours when it's just me and old Manuel, two colleagues dedicated to our shared craft. I know some would call me crazy for believing in ghosts. There are times I question it myself, but then I'll hear the faint strains of a familiar tune or find my coffee mug refilled when I know I'd just emptied it. And I'm reminded that there are more things in heaven and earth than our limited minds can comprehend. I don't fully understand why old Manuel chose to stay, or how he's able to interact with our world. But I'm grateful for his continued presence and the gentle reminders he provides. In a world of planned obsolescence and disposable everything, it's comforting to know that some connections to people, to places, to the work of our hands, transcend even death itself. So if you're ever in our little factory town and hear rumors of the haunted guitar shop, know that they're true. But also know that it's not some malevolent spirit to be feared. It's just old Manuel, still doing what he loves, watching over us and making sure every instrument that leaves our doors is worthy of the music it will create. And who knows, maybe someday when my own time comes, I'll choose to stick around too. There are certainly worse ways to spend eternity than crafting beautiful instruments alongside a dear friend. I was exhausted after another long day at work when I pulled into the driveway of our old family home. The fading sunlight cast long shadows across the overgrown lawn as I made my way to the front door, fumbling with my keys. I'd been dreading coming back here, but with my parents out of town for the week and my younger brother Alex away at college, someone needed to check on the place. As soon as I stepped inside, a wave of musty air hit me. The house had always felt slightly off since we moved in when I was a teenager, but being here alone amplified every creak and groan of the aging structure. I flicked on lights as I moved through the rooms, trying to chase away the growing shadows. I grabbed a soda from the fridge and settled onto the couch, pulling out my phone to distract myself. But as the minutes ticked by, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. It was too quiet. The silence felt heavy, oppressive almost. Suddenly, a loud thump from below made me jump. It sounded like it came from the basement. Probably just the old water heater acting up again, I told myself. But then I heard it again, and again. A rhythmic thumping that didn't sound mechanical at all. My heart started racing as I stared at the basement door. I knew I should investigate, but my feet felt rooted to the floor. The thumping continued, growing more insistent. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to stand and slowly approach the door. As I reached for the handle, the noises abruptly stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. My hand hovered inches from the doorknob as I strained to listen. Nothing. Maybe I had imagined it? Sleep deprivation and an overactive imagination were a bad combination. I let out a nervous chuckle, chiding myself for getting spooked so easily. But as I turned away, I heard something that made my blood run cold. "Help me." The words were so faint I almost missed them. A whisper, barely audible, coming from behind the basement door. It sounded like... No, it couldn't be. "Alex," I called out, my voice shaky. "Is that you?" Silence. I knew it was impossible. Alex was hundreds of miles away at school, but that voice, it had sounded exactly like him. Against my better judgment, I yanked open the door and flicked on the stairway light. The narrow steps led down into darkness, the dim bulb barely penetrating the gloom below. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the enclosed space. No response. Taking a deep breath, I began to descend the stairs. Each step creaked ominously under my weight. As I neared the bottom, the musty smell grew stronger, mixed with something else I couldn't quite place, something acrid and unpleasant. I fumbled for the light switch on the wall, flooding the basement with harsh fluorescent light. Blinking as my eyes adjusted, I scanned the cluttered space. Everything looked normal at first glance. Piles of storage boxes, old furniture, the hulking shape of the water heater in the corner. But then something caught my eye, a flicker of movement by the far wall, where we kept an old gun safe and some metal shelving. I took a few cautious steps forward, squinting to see better. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw a face peering out from between the safe and shelves, pale, with dark, hollow eyes. But when I blinked, it was gone. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was about to turn and run back upstairs when I heard it again. "Help me, please." Alex's voice, clearer this time, coming from right behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing there, just empty space. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking. "This isn't funny." A low chuckle answered me, but it didn't sound like Alex anymore. It was deeper, menacing, and it seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. I stumbled backwards, desperate to get to the stairs, but as I turned, I slammed into something solid that hadn't been there before. A figure, tall and shadowy, blocking my path. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The figure reached for me with impossibly long fingers. I felt icy coldness radiating from it, seeping into my bones. Panic gave me strength, and I shoved past, bolting for the stairs. As I ran, objects began flying off the shelves behind me. A heavy box struck my shoulder, nearly knocking me down, but I kept going, taking the steps 2 at a time. I burst through the basement door and slammed it shut, leaning against it and gasping for air. The house had gone completely silent again. No footsteps following me, no more objects being thrown. But I could feel something on the other side of the door, a malevolent presence waiting. With shaking hands, I grabbed my keys and ran out of the house. I spent the night in my car, too terrified to go back inside. When morning came, I forced myself to return and check the basement. Everything was in its place, no sign of the chaos from the night before. I convinced myself it had all been a bizarre, stress-induced hallucination. But in the weeks that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with that house. Objects would move on their own when no one was looking. Doors would slam shut without any breeze. And sometimes, late at night, I'd hear faint whispers coming from the basement. My parents and brother didn't believe me when I tried to tell them what happened. They said the house was old, and I was letting my imagination run wild. But I know what I experienced that night. Something evil lives in that basement, and it's only a matter of time before it breaks free. I've been staying with friends ever since, making excuses to my family about why I can't come home. But I know I can't avoid it forever. Whatever is in that house, it's patient, and I have a terrible feeling it's waiting for me to return. The worst part is, I still hear Alex's voice sometimes, calling out for help. Even though I know he's safe at college, a part of me wonders, what if it really was him down there? What if that thing in the basement has him somehow? I don't know what to do. I can't go back to that house, but I can't abandon my family either. All I know is that the next time I hear those whispers or see that pale face watching me from the shadows, it might be too late to escape. So I'm sharing my story here, hoping someone out there has experienced something similar. Maybe together we can figure out what's really going on in that basement. Because I'm terrified that if we don't, whatever is down there won't stay contained for much longer. It was supposed to be a fun evening, catching up with old friends and celebrating their new home. When I arrived around 7 p.m., the party was already in full swing. Music was playing, drinks were flowing, and laughter filled the air as about 20 of us mingled and explored the charming 2-story Victorian house. After chatting for a while and having a few drinks, I excused myself to use the restroom upstairs. As I climbed the creaky wooden staircase, I felt a strange heaviness in the air, like the atmosphere had suddenly become thick and oppressive. I brushed it off as too much wine and continued down the dimly lit hallway. The upstairs bathroom was at the end of the hall. I stepped inside and flicked on the light switch, illuminating the quaint vintage-style bathroom with its clawfoot tub and antique fixtures. As I was washing my hands, I glanced up at the mirror and froze. In the reflection, I could see a young woman sitting in the bathtub behind me. My heart started racing as I whirled around to look directly at the tub. Sure enough, there she was, a girl who appeared to be in her early 20s with long dark hair and pale skin, wearing an old-fashioned white nightgown. She was just sitting there calmly, staring straight ahead. I blinked hard, certain I must be hallucinating. But when I opened my eyes, she was still there. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or speak. The girl slowly turned her head to look at me, her eyes locking with mine. A chill ran through my body as I saw that her eyes were completely black, like empty voids. Then, to my horror, her lips curled into an eerie smile. She raised her arm and pointed towards the door, gesturing at something in the hallway. I followed her gaze, but saw nothing there. When I looked back, she was gone. The tub was empty. My legs felt like jelly as I stumbled out of the bathroom in a daze. I leaned against the wall, trying to catch my breath and make sense of what I'd just seen. Part of me wanted to believe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But it had felt so real, so vivid. I couldn't shake the feeling that the apparition was trying to communicate something important. As I made my way back downstairs on shaky legs, I debated whether or not to tell anyone what had happened. Who would believe me? They'd probably just assume I'd had too much to drink. But I knew what I saw was real. I rejoined the party, doing my best to act normal, despite feeling completely rattled. As I sipped my drink, I overheard my friend Amanda, the homeowner, talking to someone about the house's history. And apparently a young woman died here in the 1920s, Amanda was saying. The story goes that she was having an affair and her husband found out. There was a confrontation and she ended up falling down the stairs. They say her ghost still haunts the place. I nearly choked on my drink. Could it be? Was the woman I saw in the bathroom the ghost of that young woman who died here decades ago? The pieces started to fall into place in my mind. Throughout the rest of the evening, I couldn't stop thinking about my ghostly encounter. I kept glancing nervously up the stairs, half expecting to see the woman's apparition appear again. Every creak and thump made me jump. As the party was winding down around midnight, I decided to tell Amanda what I'd experienced. To my surprise, she didn't seem skeptical at all. "You're not the first person to see her," Amanda said in a hushed voice. "When we first looked at the house, I thought I saw a woman in old-fashioned clothes standing at the top of the stairs. She vanished when I blinked. The realtor told us about the house's haunted reputation, but we didn't really believe it. Now I'm not so sure." Amanda's validation both relieved and unnerved me. On one hand, I was glad to know I wasn't going crazy, but on the other hand, it meant that what I saw was likely real, and that terrified me. As I was getting ready to leave, a sudden urge came over me to go back upstairs. It was as if some unseen force was pulling me towards the bathroom. Against my better judgment, I climbed the stairs once again. The hallway seemed even darker and more foreboding than before. I hesitated outside the bathroom door, my hand hovering over the doorknob. Taking a deep breath, I pushed it open. The bathroom was empty and still. No ghostly woman in the tub this time. But as I turned to leave, movement in the mirror caught my eye. I looked closer and gasped. Written in the steam on the mirror were 2 words, "Help me." My blood ran cold. I hadn't noticed any steam or condensation when I first entered. The words seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. And then, just as quickly as they materialized, they began to fade away. I rushed out of the bathroom and down the stairs, my heart pounding. I said hasty goodbyes to my friends and practically ran to my car. As I drove home, my mind was reeling. What did the ghost want? How could I help someone who was no longer living? That night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the woman's eerily smiling face and those 2 haunting words, "Help me." I couldn't shake the feeling that I was now involved in something beyond my understanding. Over the next few days, I threw myself into researching the history of Amanda's house and the young woman who supposedly died there. I scoured old newspaper archives and property records, trying to piece together what really happened. What I uncovered was disturbing. The woman's name was Eleanor Blackwood. She was just 23 years old when she died in 1924. But contrary to the local legend, she didn't fall down the stairs during a confrontation with her husband. The official cause of death was listed as suicide. However, as I dug deeper, I found whispers of a cover-up. Eleanor's husband, Thomas Blackwood, was a prominent businessman with connections to local law enforcement. Some speculated that he had actually murdered Eleanor and used his influence to have it ruled a suicide. The more I learned, the more convinced I became that Eleanor's spirit was reaching out for help. She wanted the truth to be known. She wanted justice. I shared my findings with Amanda, who was equally disturbed. We decided to bring the information to the local historical society and see if they could help investigate further. It's been a week since that night at the party, and I still can't stop thinking about Eleanor. I feel a deep connection to her, a responsibility to help uncover the truth about her death. I know it sounds crazy, but I believe she chose to appear to me for a reason. I'm going back to Amanda's house this weekend to see if I can communicate with Eleanor's spirit again. Part of me is terrified, but a bigger part feels compelled to follow this through. I don't know where this journey will lead, but I'm determined to help Eleanor find peace, whatever it takes. As I prepare for my return visit, I can't help but wonder, what other secrets might that old house be hiding? And once I venture further into the world of the supernatural, will I ever be able to go back to my normal life again? Only time will tell. But one thing's for certain, I'll never look at an old mirror the same way again. The air was cool and damp, and a light fog had settled over the area, giving everything an eerie, dreamlike quality. The only sounds were my footsteps crunching on the gravel and the occasional hoot of a distant owl. As I approached the halfway point of my walk, I noticed a flickering streetlight up ahead, about 100 meters away. At first I didn't think much of it. Faulty streetlights aren't uncommon in this area, but as I got closer, I realized there was a figure standing beneath it. It looked like a woman in a white dress, just standing there motionless. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I tried to shake it off. Probably just someone waiting for a ride, I told myself. I kept walking, my eyes fixed on the strange figure, but something wasn't right. As I got closer, I realized I couldn't make out any features on her face. It was like looking at a blank mannequin. I blinked hard, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me in the fog and dim light. When I opened my eyes again, my blood ran cold. The figure was suddenly only about 10 meters away from me. I hadn't seen or heard her move, but there she was, impossibly close, and she wasn't standing on the ground, she was hovering a few inches above it. I froze in terror, unable to move or even breathe. The woman, if you could call it that, had no face. Where her features should have been was just smooth, featureless skin. Her white dress rippled slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. For what felt like an eternity, we just stood there, me paralyzed with fear and her waiting. I don't know what for. Finally, I managed to take a shaky step backward. The figure didn't react. I took another step, then another, my eyes never leaving her. Suddenly, a train whistle blared in the distance, startling me. I instinctively turned my head toward the sound for just a split second. When I looked back, the woman was gone, vanished into thin air. I ran home faster than I've ever run in my life, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I slammed and locked the door behind me, then collapsed on the floor, shaking uncontrollably. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that faceless figure hovering in front of me. By morning, I had convinced myself it must have been some kind of hallucination. Maybe someone had slipped something into my drink at the party. That had to be it, right? But over the next few days, I developed a high fever. I was bedridden, alternating between sweating and shivering, plagued by vivid nightmares of the faceless woman. In my feverish state, I swore I could feel her presence in my room, watching me from the corners. When the fever finally broke after about a week, I tried to put the whole incident behind me. I told myself it was just a combination of being tipsy, tired, and then getting sick. But deep down, I knew what I saw was real. For months afterward, I avoided walking near the railway tracks at night. I'd take the long way home or call a cab, no matter how inconvenient. But eventually, financial necessity forced me to start using that shortcut again. The first few times, my heart was in my throat the entire walk. But nothing happened. No flickering streetlight, no woman in white. I started to relax, to think maybe it really had been a one-time thing. Then, about 6 months after the initial incident, I was walking home late one night. As I approached the spot where I'd seen her before, I felt the air grow suddenly cold. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I quickened my pace, telling myself I was being paranoid. That's when I heard it, a soft rustling sound, like fabric moving in the wind. I broke into a run, too afraid to look behind me. As I reached my front door, fumbling with my keys, I caught a glimpse of white out of the corner of my eye. I practically fell through the door, slamming it shut and locking it. I leaned against it, breathing heavily, my whole body trembling. After a few minutes, I gathered the courage to peek out the window. There was nothing there, no woman in white, no faceless figure, just the empty street and the distant railway tracks. But I know what I saw, what I felt. She's still out there, watching, waiting, and I don't know why. I've tried researching local legends, looking for any stories about a woman in white near the railway tracks. I've found a few vague mentions of ghost sightings in the area, but nothing that matches what I experienced. I've even considered going to a medium or psychic, but I'm afraid of what I might learn. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I swear I can hear that soft, rustling sound outside my window. I keep my curtains drawn tight and try to ignore it, but I can't shake the feeling that someday I'll open those curtains and see her faceless visage staring back at me. I don't know what she wants or why she appeared to me that night. Was it a warning, a threat, or am I just losing my mind? All I know is that my life has never been the same since that encounter. I jump at shadows. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, and I dread the coming of night. I've thought about moving away, but something keeps me here. Maybe it's the hope that I'll eventually find an explanation for what happened, or maybe it's the fear that if I leave, she'll follow me. So here I am, sharing my story with strangers on the internet, hoping that someone out there has experienced something similar, that someone can tell me I'm not crazy, that what I saw was real, because the alternative, that my mind could conjure up something so terrifying and real, is almost worse than the thought of a faceless specter haunting the railway tracks. If you're ever in my town and find yourself walking near the tracks late at night, be careful. And if you see a flickering streetlight in the distance, turn around and go the other way. Don't make the same mistake I did, because once you've seen her, You can never unsee her, and you'll never know when or where she might appear again. I still use that shortcut sometimes, out of necessity. But every time I do, I feel her eyes on me, even though she has no eyes to see with. It's like she's become a part of me, a shadow that follows me wherever I go. And I can't help but wonder, will there come a day when she decides to do more than just watch? I've been living with this bizarre reality for over 2 decades now, and I still can't wrap my head around it. It all started when I was just a teenager, around 15 years old. My mom had this close friend, let's call her Emma, who she'd known since college. Emma was always like an aunt to me, stopping by our house frequently for coffee and chats with my mom. One day, I overheard them talking in hushed tones in the kitchen. Curious, I crept closer to listen in. What I heard chilled me to the bone. Emma was describing in vivid detail a ghostly figure that had been appearing in her house. At first, I thought it was just some scary story they were sharing, but as I continued to eavesdrop, I realized Emma was dead serious. She spoke about a male apparition that had been showing up in her home for months. The ghost never did anything threatening. It just appeared, lingered for a while, and then vanished. Emma described it as a middle-aged man, slightly balding, with a kind face. He always wore the same outfit, a plaid shirt and khaki pants. I remember feeling a mix of fear and fascination. Part of me wanted to burst into the kitchen and demand more details, while another part wanted to run to my room and hide under the covers. I chose to stay hidden and keep listening. Emma's voice trembled as she told my mom how the ghost would appear in different parts of her house, sometimes in the living room, other times in the hallway, or even at the foot of her bed. She said she'd wake up in the middle of the night to find him standing there, just watching her. The thought of that made my skin crawl. My mom, always the rational one, tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe Emma was having vivid dreams or experiencing some kind of sleep paralysis. But Emma insisted this was different. She was wide awake during these encounters, and they felt all too real. As the years went by, Emma's ghostly visitor became a regular topic of conversation whenever she visited. I grew from a teenager into a young adult, and still the apparition persisted. Emma never seemed terrified by these encounters, just perplexed and a bit unnerved. She'd describe how the ghost would sometimes smile at her or nod in acknowledgement. I remember one particular visit when I was about 20. Emma was over for dinner, and the conversation inevitably turned to her supernatural roommate. She mentioned that she'd tried to communicate with the ghost, asking who he was or what he wanted. But he never spoke, never made a sound. He'd just look at her with those kind eyes and then fade away. My dad, who had always been skeptical about the whole thing, finally asked Emma if she'd ever considered setting up cameras to capture evidence. Emma laughed nervously and said she had thought about it, but was afraid of what she might see, or worse, what she might not see. The idea that this could all be in her head seemed to scare her more than the ghost itself. As I got older and moved out for college, I started to wonder if Emma's ghost was just a story she'd made up for attention. But every time I saw her, she'd have a new encounter to share. The details were always consistent, and the look in her eyes when she talked about it. It was hard to doubt her sincerity. About 5 years ago, things took an even stranger turn. My parents were hosting a barbecue, and Emma was there along with several other family friends. As the evening wound down and people started to leave, I found myself chatting with John, another longtime friend of my parents. John pulled me aside, looking a bit shaken. He asked if I remembered his wife, Maria, who had passed away a few years back. Of course I did. She had been a lovely woman, always quick with a smile and a kind word. John then proceeded to tell me something that made my blood run cold. He said he'd seen Maria's ghost. Just like Emma's experiences, Maria had appeared to him silently, watching him with a gentle expression. But here's the kicker. She wasn't wearing the outfit she'd been buried in. Instead, she was dressed in her favorite sundress, the yellow one with white polka dots that she often wore to summer gatherings like this. I stood there, slack-jawed, as John described his encounter. It was eerily similar to Emma's experiences, yet completely independent. John hadn't known about Emma's ghost. We'd always kept that within the family to avoid any awkward situations or judgment. As I listened to John, I couldn't help but draw parallels. The non-threatening nature of the apparition, the silent presence, the sense of familiarity. It was all there. But why? Why were these ghosts appearing? What did they want? That night, after everyone had left, I sat down with my parents and Emma, who had stayed behind to help clean up. I told them about John's experience, watching their faces as they processed this new information. Emma looked both relieved and disturbed. Relieved that she wasn't alone in her experiences, but disturbed by the implications. We spent hours that night theorizing, questioning, and wondering. Were these ghosts trying to communicate something? Were they stuck between worlds? Or was there some rational explanation we were all missing? In the years since, I've become somewhat obsessed with these ghostly encounters. I've read countless books on the paranormal, joined online forums, and even attended a few ghost hunting events, much to my parents' amusement. But nothing has come close to explaining what Emma and John have experienced. Emma's ghost still appears to this day. She's learned to live with his presence, even finding a strange comfort in his visits. John has seen Maria a few more times, always in different outfits she used to love. As for me, I've never seen a ghost. Part of me is disappointed, while another part is relieved. But living with the knowledge that these things are happening, that there's something out there we can't explain. It's changed how I see the world. I find myself looking over my shoulder more often, wondering if there's someone or something watching me. I've become more open to the idea that there's more to our reality than what we can see or touch. It's both terrifying and exhilarating. Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I'll speak out loud, inviting any spirits present to show themselves. So far, nothing has happened, but there's always a part of me that wonders, what if tonight's the night? What if I look up from my book or my computer screen and see a figure standing there, watching me with kind eyes? I don't know if I'll ever understand what's happening with Emma and John. I don't know if I'll ever experience it myself. But I do know that these experiences have opened my mind to possibilities I never considered before. They've made me question the nature of life, death, and what might lie beyond. So if you're reading this and you've had similar experiences, know that you're not alone. And if you haven't, well, keep an open mind. Because sometimes reality is stranger than any ghost story you've ever heard. It was a typical Tuesday evening. I had just put my 3 kids to bed and was settling in for some quiet time before heading to sleep myself. The house was peaceful, with only the soft hum of the air conditioner breaking the silence. Around 11:30 p.m., I heard what sounded like footsteps coming from upstairs. At first, I dismissed it as one of the kids getting up to use the bathroom, but as I listened more closely, the footsteps seemed off. They were too heavy to be my children, and the pattern was all wrong, slow and deliberate, as if someone was carefully exploring the space. A chill ran down my spine. My husband was away on a business trip, so I knew it couldn't be him. I sat frozen on the couch, straining my ears. The footsteps continued for another minute or so before stopping abruptly. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the house settling or my imagination playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The silence that followed was oppressive, broken only by the pounding of my heart. Just as I had started to relax a bit, 3 distinct knocks echoed through the house. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Knock, 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 slow and purposeful, as if whatever was up there wanted to make sure I heard. My blood ran cold. This was no house settling or overactive imagination. Something was in my home. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, but hesitated. What would I even say? That I heard ghostly footsteps and knocks. They'd think I was crazy. I needed to investigate first, to make sure it wasn't just one of the kids playing an elaborate prank. Gathering every ounce of courage I had, I slowly made my way to the staircase. The house felt different somehow, charged with an energy I'd never felt before. Each step I took seemed to echo unnaturally loudly. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, movement caught my eye. A figure was descending the steps. It was blurry, like looking through frosted glass, but undeniably human-shaped. Tall and lean, it moved with an unnatural fluidity. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. My body was frozen in place, unable to run or even look away. The figure reached the bottom of the stairs and seemed to turn towards me. Though I couldn't make out any features, I felt its gaze boring into me. And then, in the blink of an eye, it was gone, vanished into thin air as if it had never been there at all. I stood there for what felt like hours, my mind struggling to process what I'd just witnessed. Part of me wanted to believe it was just a trick of the light, a shadow cast by headlights from a passing car. But I knew deep down that wasn't the case. When I finally regained control of my body, my first instinct was to check on the kids. I raced up the stairs, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I burst into my oldest daughter's room first. She was fast asleep, her chest rising and falling peacefully. Same with my son in the next room. And finally, my youngest daughter was also sleeping soundly, clutching her favorite stuffed animal. Relief washed over me, quickly followed by confusion. If all the kids were asleep, what had I seen? What had made those sounds? I checked every room upstairs, looking for any sign of an intruder. Nothing was out of place. No open windows, no signs of forced entry. It was as if nothing had happened at all. I spent the rest of the night sitting at the top of the stairs, a kitchen knife clutched in my trembling hands. I didn't sleep a wink, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. When morning finally came, I was exhausted and on edge. I asked the kids if they had heard anything strange during the night, but they all said no. They had slept soundly through it all. I called my husband, my voice shaking as I recounted what had happened. He was concerned and offered to come home early, but I told him not to. What good would it do? Whatever I had experienced was gone now. Over the next few days, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe I had dozed off on the couch and dreamed the whole thing. Or perhaps I was more stressed than I realized, and my mind had played an elaborate trick on me. But no matter how I tried to explain it away, I couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness that had permeated the house that night. The weight of that unseen gaze still lingered, making me feel watched, even in empty rooms. I found myself jumping at shadows, constantly looking over my shoulder. Sleep became elusive, as every time I closed my eyes, I saw that blurry figure descending the stairs. I started researching the history of our house, half hoping to find some tragic story that would explain the ghostly encounter. But there was nothing. No gruesome murders. No untimely deaths. Just a normal suburban home with a string of ordinary families before us. As the days turned into weeks, the intensity of the experience began to fade. I started to sleep better, and the constant feeling of being watched gradually subsided. But I never forgot what happened that night. Even now, years later, I still can't explain what I saw and heard. Was it a ghost? A bizarre hallucination? Some sort of interdimensional bleed-through? I don't know, and part of me doesn't want to know. What I do know is that it changed me. I'm no longer the staunch skeptic I once was. I've learned that there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that exist in the shadows just beyond our understanding. Sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I'll hear a creak from upstairs or catch a movement in the corner of my eye, and for a split second, I'm right back in that moment, staring at a blurry figure at the bottom of my stairs. I've never experienced anything quite like that night again. It was as if whatever it was had simply wanted to make its presence known before retreating back to wherever it came from. But the memory of it lingers, a constant reminder that the world is stranger and more mysterious than we can imagine. I've never shared this story publicly before. I know how it sounds. Believe me, if someone had told me this story before it happened, I would have thought they were making it up or had watched too many horror movies. But I know what I saw and heard that night. It was real as the keyboard I'm typing on right now. I don't expect everyone to believe me, and that's okay. But for those who have experienced something similar, know that you're not alone. There are things out there that we can't explain, things that challenge everything we think we know about reality. All I can say is this: if you ever find yourself alone in your house and hear unexplained footsteps or knocks, if you ever see a blurry figure that shouldn't be there, trust your instincts. What you're experiencing might be more real than you want to believe. As for me, I've made my peace with what happened. I still live in the same house, and for the most part, it feels like home. But there's always a part of me that remains vigilant, always listening for those heavy footsteps or waiting for those 3 deliberate knocks. Because now I know that sometimes the veil between our world and whatever lies beyond can become very thin indeed. And when it does, all we can do is hold our breath and hope that whatever comes through means us no harm. I had been at it for hours, and my eyes were starting to blur from staring at diagrams of metabolic pathways. I rubbed my face, trying to focus. That's when I felt it, a sudden chill that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet in an instant. Confused, I looked up from my notes, and that's when I saw her. Jenny was standing at the foot of my bed, staring at me with wide, glassy eyes. My heart nearly stopped. Jenny was my lab partner and close friend, but she definitely wasn't supposed to be in my room in the middle of the night. "Jenny, what are you doing here?" I asked, my voice shaky. She didn't respond. She just kept staring, unblinking. That's when I realized something was very, very wrong. Jenny looked off somehow. Her skin was pale and waxy, almost translucent, and her eyes, they were completely empty, devoid of any spark of life or recognition. A wave of icy dread washed over me as I took in her appearance. Jenny was wearing the same clothes I'd seen her in earlier that day in class, jeans and her favorite green sweater. But now they looked rumpled and dirty, like she'd been in an accident. I opened my mouth to speak again, but before I could get any words out, Jenny's lips parted. In a raspy whisper that didn't sound like her voice at all, she uttered a single word: dead. My blood ran cold. I blinked, and in that split second Jenny's form seemed to waver and blur like smoke. When I opened my eyes again, she was gone, vanished into thin air. I sat there frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. What the hell had just happened? Had I really seen Jenny, or was my sleep-deprived brain playing tricks on me? I pinched myself hard, wincing at the pain. No, I was definitely awake. Shaking, I got up and flicked on the overhead light, scanning every corner of the small room. There was no sign of Jenny or anyone else. The door was still locked from the inside. I sank back into my chair, my mind reeling. That couldn't have been real. It must have been a hallucination brought on by stress and sleep deprivation. That was the only logical explanation. But it had felt so vivid, so real. I tried to go back to studying, but I couldn't focus. Jenny's lifeless eyes and that whispered word kept replaying in my mind. After about 30 minutes of staring blankly at my notes, I gave up and decided to try to get some sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw Jenny's ghostly form at the foot of my bed. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, my phone was ringing. Groggy and disoriented, I fumbled for it on my nightstand. The sky outside my window was just starting to lighten with the first gray light of dawn. "Hello?" I mumbled. "Mark, it's Lisa." It was Jenny's roommate, and she sounded like she'd been crying. My stomach dropped. "Lisa? What's wrong?" I asked, suddenly wide awake. There was a pause, then Lisa's voice came through, choked with tears. "It's Jenny. There was an accident last night. She didn't make it." The world seemed to tilt sideways. This couldn't be happening. "What? No, that's not possible," I said numbly. Lisa went on to explain through sobs. Jenny had been driving back to campus late last night after visiting her parents. Her car had hit a patch of black ice on a curve. She'd lost control and crashed into a tree. "The police think it happened around 2 a.m., Lisa said. "They said she probably died instantly." 2 a.m. The exact time I'd seen Jenny's apparition in my room. I don't remember the rest of the conversation. I think I mumbled some words of shock and condolence to Lisa before hanging up. Then I just sat there on my bed, trying to process what I'd just learned. Jenny was dead, my friend was gone, and somehow, impossibly, her spirit or ghost or whatever you want to call it had appeared to me at the moment of her death. The rational part of my brain tried to come up with explanations. It was just a weird coincidence. The apparition had been a stress-induced hallucination that happened to occur around the same time as the accident. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. What I'd seen had been all too real. The next few days passed in a blur of grief and confusion. Jenny's death hit our whole friend group hard. She'd been this bright, vibrant presence, always quick with a joke or a word of encouragement. Now she was just gone. I went through the motions of attending classes and helping with funeral arrangements, but I felt like I was moving through a fog. I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen that night. Part of me wanted to tell someone, to try to make sense of it, but I knew how crazy it would sound. So I kept it to myself, turning it over and over in my mind. At Jenny's funeral, I half expected to see her ghost again, to get some kind of sign or message, but there was nothing. Just a somber ceremony and a lot of tears. As the weeks went by, I tried to move on and focus on finishing the semester, but I couldn't shake the memory of that night. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night, half expecting to see Jenny's apparition again, but my room remained stubbornly, oppressively empty. I started doing research into near-death experiences and ghost sightings, looking for anything similar to what I'd experienced. I found some accounts of people seeing visions of loved ones at the moment of their death, even when they were miles apart. It was a phenomenon called crisis apparitions. Knowing there was a name for it, and that others had experienced something similar, brought a small measure of comfort. But it didn't answer the bigger questions that haunted me. Why had Jenny appeared to me specifically? Was she trying to tell me something? And what happens to us after we die? As the months went by, the raw grief of Jenny's loss gradually faded to a dull ache. But the memory of her appearance that night never left me. It fundamentally shook my understanding of reality and what's possible in this world. I've never told anyone else about what happened that night. How could I explain it without sounding completely insane? But I know what I saw. In those brief moments, the veil between life and death lifted, giving me a glimpse of something, some greater mystery that we can't fully comprehend. I still think about Jenny often, wondering if she's out there somewhere watching over us. I hope that wherever she is, she's at peace. And a small part of me is always on alert, half expecting to look up one day and see her standing there again. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand or come to terms with what happened that night. But I do know this. It changed me profoundly. It opened my eyes to the possibility that there's more to this world and this life than we can see or explain. And while that's terrifying in some ways, it's also strangely comforting. Because maybe, just maybe, death isn't really the end. Maybe there are connections and bonds between us that transcend the physical world. I can't prove it, but after what I experienced, I choose to believe it's true. And who knows? Maybe someday I'll see Jenny again, in this world or the next. Until then, I'll keep her memory alive and try to live each day with the same joy and kindness she always showed. It's the least I can do to honor her and that inexplicable, haunting night that changed everything. I was so excited to finally move into my new apartment. After months of searching, I had found the perfect place, a cozy one-bedroom in a charming old building downtown. The rent was surprisingly affordable for the area, which should have been my first clue that something wasn't quite right. But I was too caught up in the thrill of having my own space to notice any red flags. The day I moved in started off normal enough. I spent the morning lugging boxes up 3 flights of stairs, grateful that I didn't own too much stuff. By early afternoon, I had most of my belongings unpacked and was starting to feel settled in. That's when the first strange occurrence happened. I was in the kitchen putting away dishes when suddenly all the cabinet doors flew open at once with a loud bang. I jumped, nearly dropping the plate I was holding. My heart was racing as I looked around in confusion. There hadn't been any loud noises or vibrations that could have caused it. Hesitantly, I closed all the doors, chalking it up to old, poorly fitted cabinets. As the day went on, more unexplainable things kept happening. I'd set something down and turn away for a moment, only to find it in a completely different spot when I looked back. At one point, I distinctly remember placing my phone on the coffee table, but when I went to grab it a few minutes later, it was on the kitchen counter instead. I started to question my own memory and sanity. The really unsettling incidents began after dark. I was sitting on the couch watching TV when the lamp next to me suddenly turned off. I reached over to switch it back on, but it wouldn't come on no matter how many times I flipped the switch. Frustrated, I got up to check if the bulb was loose. As soon as I stood, the lamp turned back on by itself. I froze, staring at it in disbelief. Over the next hour, it continued to turn on and off at random intervals, sometimes flickering rapidly. By this point, I was starting to feel genuinely scared. The logical part of my brain tried to come up with reasonable explanations. Faulty wiring, drafts, my own tiredness causing me to misremember things. But deep down, I knew something bizarre was happening. The air in the apartment felt heavy and oppressive, like something unseen was pressing down on me. I decided to try and get some sleep, hoping things would seem normal in the morning. As I lay in bed, I could hear creaking footsteps in the hallway outside my room. My breath caught in my throat as they slowly approached my door. The footsteps stopped right outside. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or even breathe. After what felt like an eternity, they finally retreated. I barely slept that night, jumping at every little sound. When my alarm went off the next morning, I was exhausted but relieved to see sunlight streaming through the windows. Things always seemed less scary in the daylight. I got ready for work, trying to convince myself that I had just been overly tired and imaginative the night before. But when I returned home that evening, the strange occurrences started up again almost immediately. This time it was the faucets turning on by themselves. I'd be in one room and hear water running, only to find all the taps in the bathroom or kitchen fully open with no one there. It was wasting water and driving up my bill, not to mention freaking me out. The final straw came a few nights later. I woke up around 3 a.m. to use the bathroom. As I was washing my hands, I glanced up at the mirror and let out a terrified scream. There was a pale, gaunt face staring back at me that was not my own. It looked like an elderly man with sunken eyes and a grimace of pain. I blinked and it was gone, but the image was seared into my mind. The next morning, I went down to the building manager's office, determined to break my lease and move out immediately. I didn't care if I lost my security deposit. I couldn't spend another night in that apartment. The manager, a kindly older woman named Mrs. Chen, listened patiently as I nervously explained the series of disturbing events. When I finished talking, she let out a deep sigh and gave me a sympathetic look. "I was afraid something like this might happen," she said softly. "I should have told you before you moved in, but I didn't want to scare you away. The previous tenant in that unit, Mr. Grayson, passed away in the apartment about a month before you moved in." I felt the blood drain from my face as she continued. "He was a sweet old man, lived here for over 40 years, but he had no family left and was very ill at the end. We found him." She trailed off, looking uncomfortable. "Well, let's just say he had been there for a while before anyone realized." My mind was reeling. The face I'd seen in the mirror. Could it have been Mr. Grayson? Were all the strange occurrences somehow connected to his spirit, lingering in the apartment? I'd never really believed in ghosts before, but after what I'd experienced, I wasn't sure what to think anymore. Mrs. Chen must have seen the panic on my face because she quickly added, "If you want to move out, I completely understand. We can terminate your lease without any penalties." I nodded gratefully, already mentally planning where I could stay until I found a new place. As I packed up my belongings that afternoon, the apartment was eerily quiet and still. None of the typical disturbances occurred. It was almost as if whatever presence was there knew I was leaving and had backed off. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched as I carried my boxes out for the last time. Before I left, I found myself standing in the empty living room, addressing the air. "Mr. Grayson," I said hesitantly, feeling slightly ridiculous. "I'm sorry for intruding on your home. I hope you can find peace." As the words left my mouth, I felt a sudden warm breeze brush past me, despite all the windows being closed. The heaviness in the air lifted, and for the first time since I'd moved in, the apartment felt calm. I'll never know for certain what really happened in that apartment. Maybe it was all in my imagination, fueled by the power of suggestion after learning about Mr. Grayson's death. Or maybe his spirit really was lingering, confused and unable to move on. Whatever the case, the experience shook me to my core and made me question everything I thought I knew about life and death. These days, I'm much more cautious about where I choose to live. I always ask about the history of a place before signing a lease, and I keep a watchful eye out for any unusual occurrences, because now I know firsthand that sometimes the veil between our world and whatever comes after is thinner than we'd like to believe. The ghosts of the past can linger, whether we're prepared to face them or not. The first few weeks were pretty uneventful as we settled into our new place and got into a routine. But then one night, right around midnight, I was jolted awake by the distinct sound of a school bus engine idling outside. I remember feeling confused and disoriented. Why would a school bus be out at this hour? I stumbled over to the window and peered out into the darkness, but there was nothing there. Just empty streets illuminated by the dim glow of streetlights. I chalked it up to a weird dream and went back to bed. But the next night, at exactly midnight again, I heard the same sound. This time I was already awake, reading in bed, so I knew I wasn't imagining it. The low rumble of an engine, the squeak of brakes, even what sounded like children's voices and laughter. But when I looked outside, nothing. Not a vehicle or person in sight. This continued night after night. Always at midnight, always the same sounds, always no visible source. I started to feel like I was going crazy. Was I hallucinating? Developing some kind of auditory disorder? I was scared to mention it to anyone, even my mom, for fear they'd think I was losing it. But then, about a week into this nightly phenomenon, my mom brought it up herself over breakfast. "Hey, have you been hearing anything strange at night?" she asked hesitantly. "Like, bus noises?" I felt an immediate rush of relief, knowing I wasn't the only one experiencing this. We compared notes and realized we'd both been hearing the exact same thing. It was simultaneously comforting and unsettling. At least I knew I wasn't imagining it. But what the hell was going on? We started doing some research, asking around the neighborhood, trying to find any explanation for these phantom bus sounds. No one else seemed to have heard anything unusual. There were no bus routes that ran anywhere near our street, especially not at midnight. We were stumped. As the weeks went on, we got used to our nightly visits from the ghost bus. It became almost comforting in a way, like clockwork. Sometimes we'd sit up together and listen, trying to make out details in the sounds. We could swear we heard kids laughing and talking, the creak of the bus door opening and closing, even footsteps on gravel. But it was always just out of reach, like trying to catch wisps of smoke. Then one day in early December, I stumbled across an old news article that made my blood run cold. On December 15, 1996, almost exactly 25 years ago, there had been a horrific accident less than a mile from where we now lived. A van carrying 6 high school students home from a late-night study session had hit a patch of black ice and careened off the road. All 6 kids were killed instantly. The article mentioned that the accident had happened just before midnight. As I read the details, I felt an eerie sense of recognition. The location, the timing, even the description of the van's engine sputtering before impact. It all lined up with what we'd been hearing. I showed my mom the article, and we both sat in stunned silence for a while. Could it be possible? Were we somehow hearing an echo of that tragic night played out over and over again? We decided to go check out the site of the accident. It was a cold, gray day as we drove out to the spot marked in the old news report. There was nothing there now to indicate the tragedy that had occurred, just a winding stretch of road with dense forest on either side. But as we stood there, I felt a heaviness in the air, like the land itself was weighed down by sorrow. That night, the sounds came again as usual, but now, knowing what we knew, they took on a whole new meaning. We could almost picture the scene. 6 young lives full of promise, laughing and chatting as they headed home, completely unaware of the devastation that was moments away. It was heartbreaking. We've tried reaching out to local paranormal investigators and historians to see if anyone else has experienced anything similar in the area. So far, we haven't had much luck, but we're determined to keep digging. It's been several months now since that first night, and the ghostly sounds continue without fail. Some nights they're clearer than others. Sometimes we think we can make out individual voices or catch snippets of conversation. Other times it's just a vague cacophony of engine noise and laughter. We've grown accustomed to our nightly visitors, but it still sends chills down my spine every time. There's a profound sadness to it, knowing the tragic reality behind the sounds, but there's also something almost comforting, like maybe, in some small way, we're keeping the memory of those kids alive by bearing witness to their final moments. I don't know if we'll ever fully understand what's happening or why we're the ones experiencing it. Is it some kind of residual energy imprinted on the land? Are the spirits of those students still out there, reliving that night over and over? Or is there some other explanation we haven't even considered yet? All I know is that every night at midnight, without fail, we hear the ghost bus, and we listen, and we remember, because sometimes that's all you can do. Bear witness to the echoes of the past and honor the stories they tell, even the tragic ones. Especially the tragic ones. I've thought about moving, about trying to escape these nightly reminders of loss and pain. But something keeps me here. Maybe it's a sense of duty, or maybe it's just morbid curiosity. Either way, I don't think I could leave now if I tried. This has become a part of my life, for better or worse. So here I am, sharing my story, hoping that maybe someone out there has experienced something similar or can shed some light on what might be happening. And every night at midnight I'll be here, listening to the sounds of a journey that ended in tragedy 25 years ago, wondering if those 6 young souls will ever find peace. I was visiting my grandmother in Querétaro, a small town in central Mexico, for her 80th birthday celebration. The party was being held at an old house that belonged to the local church, a beautiful colonial-era building with whitewashed walls and red clay roof tiles. My abuela had been a devoted member of the congregation for decades, so the priest had graciously offered to host the festivities there. As I helped set up tables and chairs in the courtyard, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. There was something oppressive about the atmosphere, despite the cheerful decorations and the warm afternoon sun. I chalked it up to jet lag and pre-party jitters. The guests started arriving around 4 p.m. Soon the courtyard was filled with the chatter of family and old friends, the clinking of glasses, and the mouth-watering aroma of carnitas and tamales. I was catching up with my cousin Lupe when I first noticed something odd. A strand of her long dark hair suddenly lifted straight out to the side, as if blown by a strong gust of wind. But the air was completely still. I blinked in confusion. "Lupe, your hair," I started to say, but in that moment it fell back into place. She gave me a quizzical look, and I decided not to mention it. Must have been a trick of the light, I thought. As the party went on, I found myself constantly distracted, unable to focus on conversations. My eyes kept darting around, searching for something. I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched. Around sunset, as the sky turned a deep orange, things took a truly bizarre turn. I was standing near a group of my abuela's friends, 5 or 6 older ladies gossiping and sipping wine. Suddenly, I saw it happen again. A thick lock of gray hair belonging to Senora Morales lifted straight out from her head, suspended horizontally in midair. This time there was no mistaking it. The other women saw it too. Conversation stopped abruptly as everyone stared in stunned silence. Senora Morales reached up tentatively to touch her hair, her eyes wide with fear. As soon as her fingers made contact, the strand fell limply back into place. For a moment, no one moved or spoke. Then nervous laughter broke out as the women tried to rationalize what they'd seen. "Must be static electricity," one suggested weakly. But I could see the fear in their eyes. They knew as well as I did that this was something else entirely. I excused myself and went inside, desperate for a moment alone to collect my thoughts. The interior of the old house was dimly lit and surprisingly cool. Ornate religious paintings and crucifixes adorned the walls. In one corner stood a life-sized statue of the Virgin Mary, her sorrowful eyes seeming to follow me as I moved. As I paced the room, trying to make sense of what I'd witnessed, a memory surfaced. Earlier that day, I'd overheard 2 groundskeepers talking as they trimmed the bougainvillea. They'd mentioned something about graves being moved during recent renovations. Suddenly, the strange atmosphere of the place took on a much darker significance. I was about to go find my grandmother and suggest we move the party elsewhere when I heard a commotion from the courtyard. Heart pounding, I rushed outside. What I saw made my blood run cold. At least a dozen party guests were frozen in place, looks of terror on their faces. Strands of their hair, some just a few wisps, others thick locks, were suspended in the air around their heads. It was as if invisible hands were gently lifting the hair, examining it. The eerie silence was broken by a woman's scream. Panic erupted as people began to flee, knocking over chairs and tables in their haste. I searched frantically for my grandmother in the chaos. I spotted her near the gate, ushering people out. As I ran towards her, movement caught my eye. To my horror, I saw long tendrils of her silver hair rising slowly into the air behind her, forming a kind of halo around her head. "Abuela!" I cried out. She turned, confused by the panic in my voice. As she did, her hair fell back into place. I grabbed her arm and practically dragged her out of the gate, not stopping until we were a block away. We spent that night at a cousin's house, along with several other shell-shocked family members. No one wanted to be alone. We tried to make sense of what had happened, but there were no rational explanations. The next morning, my Uncle Miguel and I went back to the church house to collect the gifts and leftover food. The bright sunlight and bird song seemed to mock the terror of the previous night. Everything looked normal, tables overturned and trash scattered about, but no sign of any supernatural activity. As we loaded up the car, the old groundskeeper approached us. His face was grave. "I heard what happened," he said softly. "I warned them not to disturb the graves, but they didn't listen. Some things should be left in peace." He went on to explain that during renovations a few months prior, several unmarked graves had been discovered in the courtyard. Rather than leave them be, the church had decided to relocate the remains to the cemetery on the edge of town. "Those souls are angry," the old man said, crossing himself. "They want to be remembered." I shivered, remembering how the invisible force had seemed to focus on people's hair, as if searching for familiar faces among the living. We left Carretero that afternoon. My grandmother refused to discuss what had happened, and most of the family followed her lead. But I knew we had experienced something beyond explanation, a moment when the veil between worlds had lifted and the dead had reached out to touch the living. I've returned to Carretero several times since then. The old church house stands empty now, its windows boarded up. Locals hurry past without looking at it. Sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I swear I can hear faint whispers carried on the breeze, the restless dead, still seeking recognition from a world that has forgotten them. At night, I often dream of floating strands of hair, gently probing the darkness. I wake with my heart pounding, grateful for the solid reality of my bedroom. But a part of me wonders, how thin is the barrier between our world and the next? And what happens when that barrier breaks down? I don't have answers. All I know is that on a warm evening in Carretero, I glimpsed something not meant for mortal eyes. The memory of it will haunt me for the rest of my days. It started with little things that were easy to dismiss. I'd set a toy down on my bedside table, only to find it had somehow moved to the other side of the room when I wasn't looking. Doors would slam shut on perfectly still days when there wasn't a hint of a breeze. Light bulbs would burn out far more frequently than they should, sometimes with a startling pop and flash. At first, I was the only one who seemed to notice these odd occurrences. When I'd mention them to my parents or siblings, they'd just laugh it off or tell me I had an overactive imagination. But as time went on, the incidents became more frequent and harder to ignore. One summer when I was about 12, things really started to escalate. I remember waking up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps creaking on the old wooden floors outside my bedroom. My heart racing, I crept to the door and peeked out into the hallway. But there was no one there. Just as I was about to go back to bed, convinced I must have been dreaming, I heard a loud crash from downstairs. I ran to wake up my parents, and we all went down to investigate. We found that a large mirror that had been securely mounted on the wall for as long as I could remember had somehow come crashing down. But strangest of all, the mirror wasn't broken. It was lying face up on the floor, completely intact, as if someone had carefully taken it down and placed it there. My dad muttered something about needing to check the wall mounts, but I could see the uneasiness in his eyes. For the first time, I got the sense that maybe he wasn't as skeptical about the weird goings-on as he'd always claimed to be. A few days later, I was helping my mom in the kitchen when we both witnessed something that chilled us to the bone. We were chatting as she chopped vegetables for dinner when suddenly every single cabinet door flew open at once with a thunderous bang. Dishes rattled and a few glasses toppled out onto the counter. Mom and I just stared at each other in shocked silence for a long moment before she shakily suggested, that maybe it was some kind of pressure change from a storm rolling in. But the sky outside was clear and blue. That night at dinner, I finally worked up the courage to directly ask my parents if they thought the house might be haunted. To my surprise, instead of dismissing the idea outright, they exchanged a long, meaningful look. Finally, my dad sighed and said, "I think it's time we told you kids about your grandfather." He went on to explain that my grandfather, who had passed away before I was born, had loved this house more than anything. He'd bought the property when it was nothing but an old, dilapidated shack, and had poured his heart and soul into renovating it over the years. It had been his pride and joy, his sanctuary from the world. In his final days, my dad said, his voice thick with emotion, "Your grandfather made us promise that we'd keep the house in the family. He said this place was a part of him and he couldn't bear the thought of strangers living here." A chill ran down my spine as the implications of what he was saying sank in. Could it be that my grandfather's spirit was still here, watching over the house he'd loved so much? From that point on, we started to view the strange occurrences in a new light. Instead of being scared, we began to see them as my grandfather's way of letting us know he was still with us, still protecting his beloved home. But it wasn't until the following summer that we got our most dramatic proof that we weren't alone in that house. My parents had hired a contractor to do some renovations, expanding the kitchen and adding a small guest room. The work had been going smoothly for a few weeks when suddenly the contractor came to my dad in a state of utter bewilderment. "I can't explain it," he said, his face pale and his hands shaking slightly. I was using my table saw out on the deck, cutting some boards to size. I turned away for just a second to grab another piece of wood, and when I looked back, the saw was gone, just vanished into thin air. My dad tried to calm him down, suggesting that maybe he'd moved it without realizing or that one of us kids had been playing a prank. But the contractor was adamant. The heavy, cumbersome saw had disappeared in the blink of an eye. We all joined in the search, combing every inch of the property. Just when we were about to give up, my little sister called out from upstairs. We rushed to join her and found her pointing at the contractor's table saw, sitting in the middle of the half-finished guest room, a room that had been empty just minutes before, with no possible way for someone to have carried the bulky tool up the narrow staircase without being seen or heard. The contractor quit on the spot, refusing to set foot in the house again. But for us, it was the final confirmation of what we'd long suspected. My grandfather's spirit was still very much a presence in his beloved beach house. From that day on, we embraced the paranormal activity as a normal part of our summer vacations. We'd laugh when we'd hear phantom footsteps in the night or find objects mysteriously moved. Sometimes we'd even talk to my grandfather, thanking him for watching over us and promising to always take good care of his house. Years have passed, and I'm an adult now with a family of my own. We still spend our summers at that old beach house, and my kids are growing up with their own stories of ghostly encounters with their great-grandfather. The activity has never stopped. Doors still slam, objects still move, and every now and then we'll catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure out of the corner of our eye. But we're not afraid. In fact, it's comforting to know that even after all these years, my grandfather is still there, a silent guardian watching over the home and family he loved so much. That beach house may be haunted, but it's haunted with love, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It was a typical Friday evening. My husband Mark and I were winding down after a long work week, curled up on the couch watching some mindless reality TV show. Our daughter Jess, who's 26, was away for the weekend visiting her dad. The house felt peaceful and quiet. As the clock ticked closer to midnight, I started feeling drowsy. I was just about to suggest we head to bed when I heard it. A soft, childlike voice calling out, "Mommy?" I froze, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I glanced at Mark and saw his eyes were wide, staring in the direction of the hallway where the voice had come from. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He nodded slowly, looking as stunned as I felt. We both knew it was impossible. There were no children in our house. Jess was hours away. And yet we had both clearly heard a little girl's voice. Mark got up to investigate, switching on lights and checking every room. Of course, he found nothing. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the TV or a neighbor's kid outside. But deep down, we knew what we'd heard. That was just the beginning. Over the next few weeks, strange occurrences became more frequent. Objects would move on their own. We'd hear footsteps when no one was there. The temperature would suddenly drop in certain rooms, even on hot summer days. But worst of all was the oppressive atmosphere that settled over our home. Mark and I began arguing constantly over the smallest things. We'd been happily married for years, but suddenly it felt like we could barely stand each other. I started dreading coming home from work. The moment I stepped through the door, I'd feel this heaviness descend on me. It was like all the joy and warmth had been sucked out of our home. We tried everything, sage smudging, blessing the house, even bringing in a psychic medium. Nothing helped. The activity continued, and our relationship deteriorated further. One night, about 6 months in, things reached a breaking point. Mark and I had been bickering all evening over something trivial. As we got ready for bed, the argument escalated. Suddenly, all the lights in the house began flickering wildly. A bone-chilling scream echoed through the halls. Not a child's voice this time, but something that sounded almost inhuman. Picture frames flew off the walls, shattering around us. Books launched themselves off shelves. It was like the house itself was expressing all the anger and negativity that had been building up. In that moment of chaos and terror, Mark and I clung to each other. We realized how far we'd drifted apart, how much this dark energy had poisoned our relationship. We made the decision right then to move out. It took some time to get our affairs in order, but within a few months we had found a new place and were ready to leave our haunted home behind. The day we moved out felt like emerging from a long, dark tunnel into the sunlight. We've been in our new house for over 2 years now. Our relationship has healed, and that oppressive cloud no longer hangs over us. But I still think about that house sometimes, wondering what exactly we experienced there. I drive by occasionally and see the new owners have completely remodeled it. It looks bright and cheerful from the outside, but I can't help but wonder if they've experienced anything strange, if that malevolent presence is still lurking within those walls. I'm not sure I'll ever fully understand what happened to us during those 3 years. Was it truly a supernatural haunting? Or did the power of suggestion and stress cause us to manifest those experiences? All I know is that it felt terrifyingly real at the time. That soft voice calling Mommy in the night still haunts my dreams sometimes. And I'll never forget the absolute dread I felt every time I walked through that front door, knowing I was entering a place where something dark and inexplicable dwelled. I used to scoff at ghost stories. Now I'm not so quick to dismiss them, because I know firsthand how it feels when your safe, ordinary life is suddenly turned upside down by forces you can't explain. When your home becomes a prison of fear and negativity. If you're reading this and experiencing something similar, know that you're not alone, and know that there is hope. Sometimes the only answer is to leave that negative space behind and start fresh. It worked for us, and I hope it can work for others trapped in situations they can't explain. I still get chills thinking about that house. Part of me wants to reach out to the new owners, to warn them. But what would I even say? Hey, your lovely new home might be haunted by an angry child ghost that nearly destroyed my marriage. They'd think I was crazy, so I keep my experiences to myself, only sharing anonymously like this. But I'll always wonder about that house, and about all the things in this world that defy rational explanation. Because once you've lived through something like that, you can never look at reality quite the same way again. After checking in at the front desk, Baxter and I made our way to our room on the second floor. It was a pretty standard setup: 2 queen beds, a small bathroom, and dated floral wallpaper. Nothing fancy, but it would do for the night. I took Baxter for a quick walk around the property before settling in for the evening. We had a quiet night. I caught up on some reading while Baxter dozed at the foot of the bed. Around 11 p.m., I decided to turn in. I shut off the lights, got under the covers, and was just starting to drift off when I heard a strange sound. At first, I thought it was just the old building creaking, but then I realized it sounded like footsteps. My eyes shot open and I froze, listening intently. The footsteps were getting closer. I could hear them in the hallway outside my door. My heart started racing as I waited to see if they would pass by. But they didn't. Instead, I heard the distinctive click of a key card in the door lock. Panic set in as I realized someone was entering my room. I sat up quickly, fumbling for the bedside lamp. As light flooded the room, I was shocked to see a man standing just inside the doorway. He was dressed in worn jeans and a flannel shirt, like a working man. In one hand, he carried a metal lunchbox, in the other, a thermos. For a moment, we just stared at each other, both clearly surprised. Then, to my utter confusion, the man smiled and gave a friendly nod. As if this was a totally normal situation, he casually strolled further into the room, acting for all the world like he belonged there. I was too stunned to speak at first. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what was happening. Was this some kind of bizarre mistake? Had the front desk given him a key to the wrong room? But if so, why was he acting so nonchalant about walking in on a stranger? Finally finding my voice, I stammered out, "Excuse me, but I think you have the wrong room." The man turned and looked at me, his brow furrowing slightly, as if I was the one behaving strangely. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but then seemed to think better of it. His friendly expression morphed into one of irritation. That's when things got truly bizarre. The man walked straight towards the far wall of the room. I expected him to stop, but he didn't. He walked right through the solid wall and vanished. I sat there in shock, my mouth hanging open. What the hell had I just witnessed? It was impossible, and yet I had seen it with my own eyes. A man had just walked through a wall and disappeared. As I tried to process what had happened, I became aware of muffled voices coming from the other side of that same wall. It sounded like several men talking and laughing, the clink of tools and equipment. Almost like workers on a job site. My gaze fell on Baxter, who was sitting rigidly at attention, staring at the spot where the man had vanished. His ears were pricked forward, and his body was tense. Clearly he had sensed something too, even though he hadn't barked or reacted when the man first entered. I don't know how long I sat there, afraid to move. The voices from next door eventually faded away. I kept the lights on for the rest of the night, too terrified to sleep. Baxter stayed alert as well, occasionally growling softly at nothing I could see. When morning finally came, I packed up and got out of there as fast as I could. At the front desk, I tried to casually ask if there had been any maintenance work going on during the night. The clerk looked at me strangely and said, "No, all work was done during the day." When I pressed further about the room next to mine, she informed me that it was vacant and had been for weeks. I've racked my brain trying to come up with a logical explanation for what happened that night. Could I have been dreaming? But Baxter's reaction proves I wasn't imagining things. Was it some elaborate prank? But how could they have made a man walk through a solid wall? The only conclusion I'm left with is that I experienced something truly paranormal. I've never believed in ghosts before, but now I'm not so sure. Was that man the spirit of some long-dead worker, still going about his nightly routine? Were the voices I heard some kind of residual haunting? I may never know for certain what occurred in that hotel room, but one thing's for sure. I'll never stay alone in a hotel again if I can help it. These days, I stick to camping or staying with friends when I travel. At least then, I know the only thing going bump in the night is my own imagination. The whole experience has left me shaken and questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. I find myself looking over my shoulder more often, wondering what other impossibilities might be lurking just out of sight. That one night in a small mountain town changed my entire worldview. I've tried researching the history of that hotel, looking for any clues about who that ghostly worker might have been, but I haven't found anything conclusive. Part of me wants to go back someday to see if I can recreate the experience or get more answers, but a bigger part of me is too afraid of what I might encounter. For now, I'm left with more questions than answers. All I know is that the world is stranger and more mysterious than I ever imagined. That night in Basalt opened my eyes to possibilities I never considered before. I'll carry the memory of that ghostly encounter with me for the rest of my life, always wondering what other secrets the universe might be hiding. But then things escalated in a way I couldn't ignore. It was about a month after my grandfather had passed away. The whole family was gathered at the house, sharing memories of him over dinner. As we sat around the table talking, there was a loud metallic screech from the basement. We all jumped, startled by the sudden noise. My uncle went to investigate and came back looking pale. "The steel basement door, it's wide open," he said shakily. "I know I locked it earlier today." A chill ran down my spine. That heavy steel door took considerable force to budge, let alone swing fully open. There was no way it could have done that on its own. As we stood there in shocked silence, the lights began to flicker ominously. A cold breeze seemed to sweep through the room, despite all the windows being closed. The framed family photos on the wall started rattling, as if shaken by unseen hands. My aunt let out a strangled gasp. "Do you think, could it be Dad trying to communicate with us?" I wanted to scoff at the idea, but found myself unable to come up with any logical explanation for what was happening. For the first time, I started to wonder if there really could be something supernatural at work. Over the next few weeks, the strange occurrences continued and even intensified. Objects would fly off shelves with no one near them. Doors would slam shut on their own. Sometimes we'd hear what sounded like whispered conversations coming from empty rooms. The incidents seemed to center around certain areas of the house, particularly my grandfather's old study and the kitchen where my great-grandmother had passed away decades ago. The house had been in our family for generations, with a long history of births, deaths, and major life events within its walls. My curiosity got the better of me, and I started researching paranormal phenomena, trying to make sense of what was happening. I learned about residual hauntings, poltergeist activity, and other types of ghostly manifestations. The more I read, the more I began to accept that there were things in this world that defied conventional explanation. One night, I was alone in the house when I heard heavy footsteps coming from upstairs. My heart racing, I cautiously went to investigate. As I reached the top of the stairs, I saw a dark, shadowy figure at the end of the hallway. It was only there for a split second before vanishing into thin air. But in that moment, I could have sworn it had my grandfather's familiar stocky build and slightly stooped posture. After that, I became hyper-aware of any unusual occurrences, both at home and elsewhere. It was like a veil had been lifted, allowing me to perceive things I'd previously been blind to. This newfound sensitivity came to a head during a work trip to Las Vegas a few months later. I was staying at the famous Flamingo Hotel on the Strip. From the moment I checked in, strange things started happening. My key card kept malfunctioning, refusing to open my room door even after multiple replacements from the front desk. The lights in my room would flicker on and off at random. One night I woke up to find all the furniture had been rearranged while I slept, but the most chilling incident happened on my last night there. I was walking back to my room after a late dinner when I noticed a man in an old-fashioned suit and fedora standing at the end of the hallway. Something about him seemed off. His outline was blurry and indistinct, like a faded photograph. As I watched, he tipped his hat to me and then walked straight through the wall, disappearing from sight. Shaken, I hurried to my room and tried to convince myself I was just overtired and seeing things. But when I went to unlock the door, I found it was already open. Stepping inside cautiously, I saw that the safety latch was engaged from the inside, something I never did. Heart pounding, I searched the room but found no sign of an intruder. As I stood there trying to make sense of it all, I felt an icy hand grip my shoulder. I whirled around, but there was no one there, just a lingering chill in the air and the faint scent of cigars, the brand my grandfather used to smoke. I barely slept that night, jumping at every little sound. In the morning, I practically ran to check out, eager to get home. As I was leaving, the manager stopped me. "I hope you enjoyed your stay, sir," he said pleasantly. Then he lowered his voice. "I trust you didn't have any unusual experiences during your visit?" The knowing look in his eyes told me he was fully aware of the hotel's reputation for paranormal activity. I managed a weak smile and mumbled something non-committal before hurrying out the door. That trip was a turning point for me. I could no longer deny the reality of the supernatural world existing alongside our own. Since then, I've had countless other unexplainable encounters, both at home and while traveling. Some have been benign, even comforting, like feeling my grandfather's presence watching over the family. Others have been far more terrifying, leaving me paralyzed with fear. I've learned to trust my instincts when it comes to these things. That prickle on the back of your neck, the sudden chill in a warm room, the feeling of being watched when you're alone, they're all signs that something beyond our normal understanding is present. My experiences have taught me that the veil between our world and the spirit realm is far thinner than most people realize. Ghosts and other supernatural entities are all around us, whether we choose to acknowledge them or not. Some are tied to specific locations. Others seem to be able to travel and manifest wherever they please. I don't claim to fully understand how or why these things happen, but I know with absolute certainty that they do happen. My advice to anyone who finds themselves face to face with the inexplicable: keep an open mind, but also be cautious. Not every spirit has benign intentions. For those who haven't experienced anything paranormal yet, count yourselves lucky, but also be prepared, because you never know when that steel door might swing open on its own, or when you might glimpse a shadowy figure at the end of a hotel hallway. The supernatural world is real, and once you become aware of it, there's no going back to blissful ignorance. The first few weeks were uneventful as we settled in, but then I started noticing odd behavior from my cats. They would stare intently at empty hallways or corners, following something with their eyes that I couldn't see. At first I brushed it off. Cats are weird sometimes, right? But it kept happening more and more frequently. One night I woke up to all 3 cats huddled on my bed, fur standing on end as they stared wide-eyed at my bedroom doorway. I looked but saw nothing there. Still, a chill ran down my spine. Something felt off. After that, strange occurrences became more common. I'd come home to find faucets running that I knew I'd turned off. Cabinet doors would be open when I was certain I'd closed them. Once I even found the oven on, despite not using it in days. Each time, my cats were nowhere to be found. They'd taken to hiding under furniture or in closets. The sounds were the worst part. Late at night, I'd hear what sounded like children giggling or whispering, but it was muffled like it was coming from far away. I lived alone and had no neighbors close enough for it to be coming from outside. My cats would freeze and stare in the direction of the sounds, clearly hearing it too. About 3 months in, things escalated dramatically. I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard a loud crash from upstairs. Racing up to investigate, I found picture frames shattered on the floor and posters ripped off the walls. It looked like someone had gone on a rampage, but I'd been home alone all day and would have heard anyone come in. Thoroughly freaked out, I went to grab my phone to call someone, the police, a priest, I wasn't sure, but as I turned to head back downstairs, I caught a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision, a dark, human-shaped shadow darting into my bedroom. My blood ran cold. "Hello?" I called out shakily. No response. Heart pounding, I inched towards the bedroom. The door was partially open. Taking a deep breath, I pushed it the rest of the way, flicking on the light switch. The room was empty, but as I stood frozen in the doorway, I saw the closet door slowly start to close on its own. I ran. I flew down the stairs, scooped up my terrified cats, and got the hell out of there. I spent that night at a friend's place, but knew I couldn't stay there forever. Over the next few days, I went back only to quickly grab essential belongings, always with someone else present. Each time, the atmosphere felt heavier, more oppressive. Objects would move when our backs were turned. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when no one was there. The final straw came when I was packing up the last of my things. My friend had run to the car to grab more boxes, leaving me alone for just a moment. As I was taping up a box, I glanced up and saw a figure standing in the hallway, just for a split second before it vanished. It looked like a young girl, but distorted somehow, wrong. I left everything else behind and never went back. I broke my lease and moved out completely within a week. For months afterwards, I'd drive by occasionally out of morbid curiosity, The house sat empty that entire time, a for rent sign gathering dust in the overgrown yard. I guess whatever was in there didn't want new tenants. It's been years now, and I still get chills thinking about that place. My cats have never acted the same way in any home since. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, if there was some logical explanation. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. Something inhuman was in that house, and it didn't want us there. I'm just grateful we got out when we did. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed a faint glow coming from the corner of the room. At first, I thought it was just moonlight streaming through the porthole, but then I saw it. A shadowy figure standing silently by our closet. "Hey, sis, what are you doing up?" I whispered, assuming it was my sister getting a late-night snack or using the bathroom. But when I heard her groggy voice reply from the bunk below me, my blood ran cold. "What? I'm trying to sleep," she mumbled. I froze, unable to move or speak as I stared at the partially illuminated figure. It was translucent and seemed to shimmer slightly, like heat rising from pavement. I could make out the vague shape of a person, but the features were blurry and indistinct. As if sensing my gaze, the figure slowly turned towards me. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying this was just a vivid nightmare. When I worked up the courage to look again a few seconds later, the figure had vanished. I lay there for what felt like hours, every muscle in my body tense as I strained my ears for any sound. But all I could hear was the low hum of the ship's engines and my sister's steady breathing below. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted into a fitful sleep filled with unsettling dreams. I woke up feeling groggy and on edge as sunlight streamed through the porthole. "Did you hear anything weird last night?" I asked my sister over breakfast, trying to keep my voice casual. She shook her head, mouth full of cereal. "Nope. Slept like a rock. Why, did you?" I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy. "No reason. Just thought I heard some noises, that's all." As we made our way to the ship's main deck, I noticed some commotion near the infirmary. A few crew members were wheeling a gurney draped with a white sheet towards the medical bay. My stomach dropped as I caught a glimpse of a pale, lifeless hand dangling from beneath the sheet. "What do you think happened?" my sister whispered, eyes wide. I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant even as my mind raced. Probably just someone who got seasick or had too much to drink. But deep down, a chill ran through me as I remembered the ghostly figure from the night before. Had I witnessed the spirit of someone in their final moments? Throughout the day, I found myself unable to shake the uneasy feeling. I kept seeing flashes of movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. The lively atmosphere of the cruise ship suddenly felt hollow and artificial, like we were all just going through the motions, while ignoring the specter of death lurking in the shadows. That evening, I overheard two crew members speaking in hushed tones as I walked past the infirmary. "Passed in his sleep. Nothing we could do," one was saying. "At least it was peaceful," the other replied. "We'll dock in Boston tomorrow morning, and the local authorities will handle it from there." I hurried past, not wanting them to notice me eavesdropping. But their words confirmed my suspicions. Someone had died on the ship last night, around the same time I'd seen the ghostly figure in our cabin. I debated whether or not to tell my sister about what I'd seen. Part of me desperately wanted to confide in someone, to have them validate that I wasn't going crazy. But another part of me worried she'd think I was making it up for attention or losing my mind. In the end, I kept it to myself. But sleep didn't come easily that night. I lay awake for hours, staring at the spot where I'd seen the figure, half expecting it to reappear. Every creak of the ship and muffled voice from the hallway made me flinch. When I finally dozed off near dawn, my dreams were a confusing jumble of shadowy figures and endless corridors. I startled awake to the sound of the ship's horn, signaling our arrival in Boston Harbor. As we disembarked, I noticed an ambulance parked discreetly near the dock, its lights off. 2 paramedics wheeled a gurney with a blanket-covered form into the back. I quickly looked away, not wanting to intrude on such a somber moment. "Earth to Space Cadet, you in there?" My sister's voice snapped me out of my daze. "I've been trying to get your attention for like 5 minutes. You okay? You've been acting weird ever since we left Montreal." I forced a smile, hefting my backpack. "Yeah, sorry. Just tired, I guess. Didn't sleep great on the ship." She rolled her eyes. "Well, duh. Those beds were tiny. Come on, let's go find our hotel and grab some real food. I'm sick of the buffet." As we made our way through the streets of Boston, the bustle of the city helped push the unsettling memories to the back of my mind. But that night, even in the unfamiliar comfort of our hotel room, I found myself lying awake, staring into the shadows. I've never been able to fully shake the memory of that ghostly figure or the profound sense of unease it left me with. It was a stark reminder of how thin the veil between life and death truly is, and how we're all just a heartbeat away from crossing over. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, a product of an overactive imagination combined with the liminal space of being at sea. But in my heart, I know what I saw was real. I've never been on another cruise since then. Something about being trapped on a floating city, surrounded by endless dark water, makes me deeply uncomfortable now. And I always sleep with a nightlight, just in case. You never know when you might glimpse something from the other side, standing silently in the shadows. As I tossed and turned, unable to get comfortable, I suddenly felt a strange sensation wash over me. The air in my bedroom seemed to change, becoming cooler and heavier. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I had the overwhelming feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. I slowly opened my eyes and nearly screamed when I saw her standing there at the foot of my bed. It was my grandmother, but not as I had ever seen her before. She was wearing her favorite blue sweater, the soft cashmere one I loved to cuddle against when she hugged me. Her silver hair was styled in its usual neat waves, but there was something different about her. She seemed to glow with a soft, ethereal light. I could almost see through her. My heart was pounding, but I wasn't afraid. There was such love and peace radiating from her presence. She smiled at me so tenderly, her eyes crinkling at the corners just like they always did. I wanted to call out to her, to jump up and throw my arms around her, but I found I couldn't move or speak. I was frozen in place, able only to stare in wonder. Grandma took a step closer to my bed, still smiling. She reached out as if to touch my cheek, and I felt the strangest sensation, like a warm breeze caressing my face. In that moment, I was filled with an overwhelming feeling of love and comfort. It was like being wrapped in the softest, warmest blanket on a cold night. And then, as quickly as she had appeared, she was gone. She didn't fade away or walk out of the room. 1 second she was there, and the next, she had simply vanished. I blinked in confusion, my young mind struggling to process what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Was I dreaming? Before I could even begin to make sense of it, a sharp pain suddenly gripped my stomach. It was unlike anything I'd ever felt before. Not quite nausea, not quite a cramp, but intensely uncomfortable. I curled up into a ball, clutching my midsection. Just then, the shrill ring of our house phone pierced the silence. Even through my closed bedroom door, I could hear my mom answer it. At first her voice was groggy with sleep, but then it changed. I heard a gasp, and then muffled sobs. My stomach dropped. Somehow I knew. I knew before my mom even came into my room, tears streaming down her face. I knew before she gathered me into her arms and choked out the words, "Grandma passed away tonight, sweetie." In that moment, my world shattered. My beloved grandmother, the woman who had been like a second mother to me, was gone forever. But even as grief overwhelmed me, a small part of my mind clung to the memory of what I had just experienced. Had that truly been my grandmother, coming to say goodbye one last time? The days that followed passed in a blur of sadness and disbelief. I went through the motions of the funeral and burial, but it all felt surreal. How could Grandma really be gone when I had just seen her in my room? I wanted so badly to tell someone about my experience, to ask if it was possible that Grandma's spirit had visited me. But every time I tried to bring it up, the words died in my throat. I was afraid they would think I was crazy, or just a kid with an overactive imagination. So I kept it to myself, turning it over and over in my mind. As time passed, the grief began to soften around the edges. But my memory of that night remained crystal clear. I found myself obsessively going over every detail, trying to make sense of it. Had it really happened? Or was it just a vivid dream brought on by the shock of losing my grandmother? I started reading everything I could get my hands on about ghosts, spirits, and the afterlife. I pored over accounts of people who claimed to have had similar experiences. Some of them sounded far-fetched, but others resonated deeply with me. I began to believe more and more that what I had experienced was real. That belief fundamentally changed how I viewed the world. I had always been taught that what we can see and touch is all there is. But now I was certain there was so much more beyond our physical reality. It was both comforting and unsettling to realize how little we truly understand about the nature of existence. As I got older, I occasionally tried to talk to friends or family members about my experience. Most were skeptical, gently suggesting that grief can play tricks on the mind. A few seemed intrigued and shared their own inexplicable encounters. But no one else had experienced anything quite like what I had. Even now, years later, I still find myself pondering that night. Was it truly my grandmother's spirit coming to comfort me one last time before she crossed over? Or was it simply my subconscious mind's way of coping with the shock of her loss? I may never know for certain, but deep in my heart, I believe it was real. I can still feel the love that radiated from her presence, still see her gentle smile. That final visit was a precious gift, a chance to say goodbye that most people never get. The experience profoundly shaped who I am today. It opened my mind to possibilities I had never considered before. I became fascinated by the mysteries of consciousness and what might lie beyond our physical world. It sparked a lifelong interest in spirituality and metaphysics. Most importantly, it gave me hope. Hope that death is not the end, but simply a transition to another state of being. Hope that the bonds of love can transcend even the barrier between life and death. Hope that someday I might see my grandmother again. I know many people would dismiss my story as the fantasy of a grieving child, and perhaps they're right. But I know what I experienced that night. The memory is seared into my soul. Whatever the explanation, it brought me comfort when I needed it most, and it forever changed how I see the world and my place in it. So I continue to cherish that final visit from my grandmother, real or imagined. It remains one of the most profound moments of my life, a glimpse behind the veil that separates our world from what lies beyond. And while I may question the details from time to time, I never doubt the love I felt in that moment. That, at least, I know was real. We'd been on the road for hours, making our way up the coast on a long-distance trip. Even though it was late, we wanted to push on to the next town before stopping for the night. The fog was making things tricky, though. I had to stay hyper-focused on the twists and turns of the unfamiliar highway. As we rounded a bend, I caught sight of something up ahead and instinctively eased off the throttle. Through the soupy fog, I could make out two figures on bicycles, slowly pedaling along the shoulder. They were dressed all in white, which made them stand out starkly against the darkness. One of them was holding what looked like an old-fashioned lantern, its flame flickering dimly. I signaled to the rest of our group to slow down as we approached the cyclists. It struck me as incredibly odd to see anyone out here at this hour, let alone on bicycles. We were miles from any town or even a gas station. Where had they come from? Where were they going? As we carefully passed them, I got a better look. They appeared to be an older man and woman, though it was hard to make out details in the low light. Their clothing looked outdated, long white dresses and suits that seemed from another era. They didn't even glance our way as our loud engines roared past. Once we were safely by them, I sped back up to our cruising speed. Through my helmet intercom, I heard Jake's voice. What the hell was that about? Ghost riders or something? We all chuckled nervously, trying to shake off the weird encounter. About 15 minutes later, I happened to glance in my side mirror and felt my blood run cold. There, barely visible in the fog behind us, were two pinpricks of white. No, it couldn't be. We'd left those cyclists in the dust miles ago. I blinked hard and looked again. The white shapes were clearer now, unmistakably the same two cyclists, somehow keeping pace with us at 50 milliamps. The faint glow of their lantern bobbed rhythmically as they pedaled. "Guys," I said shakily into the intercom, "don't panic, but look in your mirrors." A chorus of confused exclamations erupted as the others spotted our supernatural tagalongs. "How is this possible?" Megan cried. "We've been going 50 this whole time." "Maybe it's different cyclists?" suggested Chris, though he didn't sound convinced. "No way," I replied. "It's them. Same outfit, same lantern. I'd bet my life on it." An icy chill ran down my spine as I watched the ghostly cyclists in my mirror. They showed no signs of strain or effort as they kept perfect pace with our roaring motorcycles. It defied all laws of physics and reason. Suddenly, the reality of our situation hit me like a punch to the gut. We were alone on an isolated stretch of highway in the middle of the night, being pursued by something not of this world. Pure terror flooded my system. "We need to get out of here, now." I didn't wait for a response before twisting the throttle and gunning it. The others followed suit, and soon we were flying down the highway at over 80 mph. I kept nervously checking my mirror, half expecting to see those otherworldly cyclists still on our tail. But the road behind us remained empty. After about 10 minutes of breakneck speed, we finally saw lights up ahead, the outskirts of a small coastal town. We pulled into the first gas station we saw, killing our engines and ripping off our helmets. We were all visibly shaken, pale faces, wide eyes, trembling hands. For a long moment we just stared at each other in shocked silence. Finally, Jake spoke up. "So, we all saw that, right? I'm not going crazy?" We nodded grimly. There was no denying what we'd witnessed, as impossible as it seemed. "Maybe they were just really fit cyclists," Chris offered weakly. "Like Olympic-level athletes or something?" Megan shook her head. "No way. Did you see how old they looked? And those clothes? It was like they stepped out of the 1800s or something. Plus, no bike on Earth could keep up with motorcycles at that speed," I added. "It's just not physically possible." We fell into uneasy silence again, each lost in our own thoughts. The rational part of my brain was desperately searching for a logical explanation, but coming up empty. I've been riding motorcycles for over 20 years, and I've seen some strange things on the road, but nothing could have prepared me for what we experienced that night. It shook me to my very core and made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. We ended up staying in that little town for the rest of the night, none of us eager to get back on the road. In the light of day, we tried to convince ourselves it had all been some kind of shared hallucination brought on by fatigue and the spooky fog. But deep down, we knew that wasn't true. For years afterwards, we never spoke about what happened. It was like an unspoken agreement. We all wanted to forget that terrifying encounter. But I know it haunted each of us. I still get chills every time I ride that stretch of highway, always half expecting to see those ghostly cyclists materialize in my mirror. To this day, I have no explanation for what we saw. Were they spirits of long-dead travelers, doomed to eternally ride that lonely road? Some kind of supernatural beings that only appear on foggy nights? Or something even stranger that our human minds can't comprehend? All I know is that it fundamentally changed how I view the world. There are things out there beyond our understanding, things that defy all logic and reason. And sometimes, if you're unlucky, you might just encounter them on a dark and misty road in the dead of night. I still ride, but never alone and never after midnight if I can help it. And I always keep one eye on my mirror, watching for any flickers of white in the darkness behind me. I've lived in this house for 5 years now, and I can still remember the first time I noticed something wasn't quite right. It was a warm summer evening, and I was sitting on the couch watching TV after a long day at work. My wife had gone to bed early, leaving me alone in the living room. As I flipped through channels, I caught a whiff of something strange. It smelled like freshly laundered clothes. But we hadn't done any laundry that day. At first, I thought maybe it was coming from a neighbor's house through an open window. But as the scent grew stronger, I realized it was definitely inside our home. I got up to investigate, thinking maybe my wife had started a load of laundry without telling me. But when I checked the laundry room, the machines were cold and empty. Confused, I returned to the living room, and that's when I saw it. The TV had changed channels on its own to some old black-and-white sitcom from the 60s. I definitely hadn't been watching that before. A chill ran down my spine as I slowly sat back down, my eyes glued to the screen. That was my first encounter with the entity we came to call laundry. Over the next few weeks and months, similar incidents kept happening. The laundry smell would appear out of nowhere, often accompanied by the TV switching to old shows on its own. At first it was terrifying, but eventually we got used to our unusual housemate. My wife and I would joke about it, saying things like, "Looks like laundry's in the mood for some I Love Lucy tonight." We even started leaving the remote on the coffee table so our ghostly friend could change the channel more easily. It became almost comforting in a weird way, knowing we had this mostly harmless presence keeping us company. But then one night, things took a more unsettling turn. I was home alone, my wife away on a business trip. I had fallen asleep on the couch while watching a movie. Suddenly, I was jolted awake by a woman's voice right next to my ear saying, "Wake up." My eyes flew open, heart pounding. For a split second, I thought my wife had come home early to surprise me. But as my vision cleared, I realized with a shock that it wasn't her at all. Standing at the end of the couch was a misty, translucent figure of a woman in an old-fashioned dress. She was looking right at me with an expression of concern. I was frozen in fear, unable to move or speak. That's when I noticed our 3 dogs sitting alert at the foot of the couch, all staring intently at the ghostly woman. They weren't barking or growling, just watching her silently as if waiting for something to happen. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only a few seconds, the apparition slowly faded away. The familiar scent of clean laundry lingered in the air. I sat there for a long time, trying to process what I'd just experienced. There was no denying it now. Laundry was far more than just some benign presence that liked to watch old TV shows. From that night on, things escalated. We'd hear footsteps in empty rooms. Doors would open and close on their own. Objects would move around the house. It wasn't just laundry anymore either. We started to suspect there were at least 3 distinct entities in our home. There was laundry, of course, with her fresh, clean scent and penchant for classic TV. Then there was what we called the angry man, a dark, brooding presence that seemed to radiate negative energy. He never showed himself, but we could feel his hostility whenever he was near. Lastly, there was a childlike spirit we nicknamed Giggles. We'd often hear the sound of a little girl laughing and running through the halls. Living with multiple ghosts took some getting used to. Some days were relatively peaceful, with just the occasional odd occurrence. Other times, it felt like our house was Grand Central Station for the spirit world. We tried cleansings, blessings, even brought in a medium once. Nothing seemed to make them leave. The strangest part was how differently my wife and I reacted to our supernatural roommates. I found myself becoming almost protective of them, especially Laundry. She seemed lonely, and I felt bad for her being stuck in our house. My wife, on the other hand, grew increasingly anxious and on edge. She hated being home alone and would often stay late at work just to avoid the house. Looking back now, I can't help but wonder if Laundry somehow knew what was coming. In the weeks leading up to my wife asking for a divorce, Laundry's appearances became more frequent and almost frantic. It was like she was trying to warn me or comfort me. The night my wife told me she was leaving, I sat alone in the dark living room long after she'd gone to bed. I was devastated, unsure of what my future held. Suddenly, the TV clicked on by itself. An old episode of the Andy Griffith Show started playing, my favorite feel-good show that always cheered me up as a kid. The familiar scent of laundry filled the air, and I felt an unseen hand gently squeeze my shoulder. In that moment, I realized that even though my marriage was ending, I wasn't truly alone. Laundry and the others would still be there for better or worse. They had become a strange sort of family to me over the years. It's been 2 years since the divorce now. I still live in the house, and my ghostly housemates are still here too. Laundry doesn't show up as often anymore, but when she does, it's always when I need a bit of comfort most. The angry man seems to have calmed down somewhat, and giggles still races through the halls on occasion. I've learned to coexist peacefully with my supernatural tenants. Sure, it can be inconvenient sometimes when they mess with the electricity or move my keys. But there's also something oddly comforting about never truly being alone in the house. I've thought about moving many times, especially right after the divorce, but something always holds me back. Maybe it's because this place feels like home, ghosts and all. Or maybe it's because I worry what might happen to Laundry and the others if I leave. Would they be okay without me? Would the next owners treat them well? So for now, I'm staying put. I've even started renovating parts of the house, trying to make it a happier place for all of us, living and dead alike. Who knows what the future holds, but at least I know I'll always have some company, even if it's not exactly the conventional kind. Life with ghosts isn't always easy, but it's certainly never boring. And in a weird way, I wouldn't have it any other way. Laundry, angry man, giggles, they're my family now. An unconventional, supernatural family, but family nonetheless. And really, isn't that what truly makes a house a home? I was just 17 when it all started. Looking back now, I can't believe how naive I was to think I could challenge something I didn't understand. But when you're young, you feel invincible, even in the face of the supernatural. It began subtly at first. Living alone in that small apartment while finishing high school, I'd notice little things out of place. A book moved from where I left it, the TV turning on by itself in the middle of the night, doors creaking open when I knew I'd closed them. I tried to rationalize it all away. Old building, faulty wiring, my own forgetfulness. But deep down, a part of me knew something wasn't right. The air felt thick sometimes, like walking through invisible cobwebs. And the silence, it was deafening, like the whole place was holding its breath, waiting. Things escalated quickly after that first month. I'd be doing homework and suddenly all the lights would start flickering rapidly. Or I'd be in the shower and hear distinct footsteps pacing up and down the hallway outside. One night, I woke up to find all the kitchen cabinets flung wide open, dishes scattered across the floor. I was terrified, but also angry. This was my home. How dare some thing try to scare me out of it? I started talking out loud, telling whatever it was to knock it off. That only seemed to make it worse. The breaking point came on a stormy Friday night. Thunder was already rumbling outside as I tried to focus on a paper due Monday. Suddenly my desk lamp began to strobe, and I heard a crash from the living room. Rushing out there, I found my bookshelf toppled over, everything in chaos. Something in me snapped. Exhausted, scared, and fed up, I shouted into the empty air, "That's enough! This is my home now! You need to leave me alone!" The silence that followed was deafening. For a moment I thought maybe I'd won. Then came a low, building rumble. At first I thought it was more thunder, but this was different. It seemed to be coming from inside my own head. The rumble grew to a roar. Wind howled in my ears despite the windows being closed. Flashes like lightning strobed behind my eyes. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it made no difference. The storm was inside me. I don't know how long it lasted. Seconds, minutes. It felt like an eternity. When it finally faded, I found myself curled up on the floor, shaking. Outside, the real storm had passed. Stars twinkled in a clear sky like nothing had happened. That's when I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. This wasn't my home, not really. I was just a guest here, and I'd insulted the real tenant. After that night, I changed my approach completely. I started to whisper apologies into empty rooms. I'd leave out small offerings, a cookie, a coin, a pretty leaf I'd found. When strange things happened, I'd just nod and say, "Sorry to disturb you," before going about my day. The activity never fully stopped, but it changed. Less angry, more playful. Sometimes I'd come home to find my homework completed in handwriting eerily similar to my own. Or I'd wake up with my favorite blanket tucked around me when I knew I'd fallen asleep on the couch. I learned more about the apartment's history from my landlord. Apparently his brother had lived there before passing away suddenly. A quiet guy who kept to himself, but kind. He'd been an engineer, which explained some of the more elaborate pranks. I never saw a full apparition or anything that dramatic. But sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'd catch a glimpse of movement, a flicker of something just beyond normal sight, and always, always that feeling of being watched. Not maliciously, but curiously, like I was the strange one in this place. By the time I moved out for college, I'd grown oddly fond of my unseen roommate. On my last night there, I left out a slice of cake and a note. "Thanks for letting me stay. Hope the next tenant treats you better than I did at first." As I drifted off to sleep, I could have sworn I heard a quiet chuckle and a whispered, "Good luck, kid." But maybe that was just my imagination. It's been years now, but I still think about that apartment sometimes, about the lesson I learned in respecting forces beyond my understanding. I hope wherever that spirit is now, it's at peace. And I hope it knows that scared, stupid teenager eventually grew up and learned some manners. Because let me tell you, nothing teaches you humility quite like having your mind invaded by a ghostly thunderstorm. These days, I'm a lot more careful about the challenges I issue. You never know who or what might be listening. I was born and raised in Baltimore, in a house that's been in my family since 1985. Growing up, I always had this strange feeling that we weren't alone in that old place. There was something or someone else there with us. I never really talked about it much as a kid, figuring it was just my overactive imagination. But as I got older, I couldn't shake the sense that there was more to it than that. It all came to a head one day last summer. I was home alone, just doing some cleaning and chores around the house while my parents were out of town. I remember it was a sticky, humid Baltimore afternoon, the kind where the air feels thick and heavy. I was upstairs wiping down the bathroom mirror when I heard it. Clear as day, a young boy's voice said, "Hello," right behind me. I nearly jumped out of my skin. My heart was pounding as I whirled around, fully expecting to see some neighborhood kid who had somehow snuck into the house. But there was no one there. The bathroom was completely empty. "Hello?" I called out hesitantly. No response. I quickly checked all the rooms upstairs, then ran downstairs and did a sweep of the first floor, too. Every door and window was still locked tight. There was absolutely no one else in the house but me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the TV downstairs that I'd left on, or a neighbor's voice drifting in from outside. But deep down, I knew what I'd heard. It was right there in the bathroom with me, mere feet away. A child's voice, crystal clear, saying hello. My hands were shaking as I finished up the cleaning as fast as I could and got out of there. I ended up going to stay with a friend that night. I just couldn't bring myself to be alone in that house after what happened. Over the next few weeks, I found myself thinking about that incident constantly. It brought back all these half-forgotten memories from childhood. Times I'd catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, or hear faint laughter echoing down the hallway when I was home alone. Things I'd always brushed off before suddenly took on new significance. I started doing some digging, asking my family members if they'd ever experienced anything strange in the house. Most of them brushed it off or changed the subject. But then I talked to my nephew, Kai. He's only 5, and he started telling me about his friend that he plays with sometimes when he visits. "He looks kind of like you, Uncle," Kai said, "but littler. And he always wears the same shirt with black and white stripes." A chill ran down my spine. I'd never mentioned anything about my experiences to Kai. There's no way he could have known. But the way he described this friend, it matched perfectly with fleeting images I'd had in my own mind over the years. I pressed him for more details, trying to keep my voice casual so I wouldn't scare him. Kai went on to describe how this boy would appear in different rooms, how sometimes he'd hear him laughing or calling his name. It was like listening to my own childhood experiences being recounted back to me. That conversation with Kai haunted me for days afterward. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Finally, I worked up the courage to talk to my dad about it. I figured if anyone would shoot down this whole ghost theory, it would be him. He's always been the practical, no-nonsense type. But to my shock, as soon as I broached the subject, my dad got real quiet. He had this faraway look in his eyes, like he was seeing something that wasn't there. And then he told me a story that made my blood run cold. Years ago, not long after they'd first moved into the house, my dad woke up in the middle of the night. He said he had this intense feeling of being watched. When he opened his eyes, there was a young boy sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at him. My dad described the kid as being maybe 8 or 9 years old, with dark hair and, you guessed it, wearing a black and white striped shirt. My dad said he blinked, and in that split second, the boy vanished. He convinced himself it was just a vivid dream. But the way he told the story, I could tell it had shaken him deeply. He'd carried that memory with him all these years, never telling a soul. As my dad recounted this, I felt a mixture of validation and terror. On one hand, I wasn't crazy. Other people had seen and heard this, whatever it was. But on the other hand, this meant it was real. There really was something in our house, and it had been there for decades. I spent the next few weeks in a state of constant anxiety. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow in my peripheral vision had me on edge. I found myself avoiding certain rooms in the house, especially that upstairs bathroom. I'd take showers at the gym just so I wouldn't have to be in there alone. But as time passed and nothing else happened, I started to calm down a bit. Maybe whatever this presence was, it wasn't malevolent. After all, it had been in our house for over 30 years and never harmed anyone. Maybe it was just there. I started doing some research into the history of our house and the surrounding area. I couldn't find any records of a young boy dying there or any tragic events that might explain a haunting. The trail ran cold pretty quickly. As the weeks turned to months, life gradually returned to normal. The incident in the bathroom faded into memory, becoming just another strange story to tell at parties. But I never quite shook that feeling of being watched, especially when I was alone in the house. I find myself wondering about that boy, who he was, why he's here, what he wants. Sometimes I think about trying to communicate with him somehow, but then I chicken out. Part of me is afraid that acknowledging him might make things worse, might open some door that can't be closed. So for now, I've reached an uneasy truce with our invisible housemate. I don't bother him, and he doesn't bother me. But late at night, when the house is quiet and still, I'll sometimes whisper a soft hello into the darkness, just in case he's listening, just in case he's lonely. just in case he needs a friend. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what's happening in this house. Maybe someday I'll work up the courage to dig deeper, to really try to unravel this mystery. But for now, I'm content to coexist with whatever or whoever shares our home. After all, they've been here just as long as we have. In a way, I guess that makes them family too. I was never a believer in the paranormal or anything supernatural. Ghost stories were just that, stories. But something happened during our family trip to Portugal last summer that shook my skepticism to its core and left me questioning everything I thought I knew about life and death. My wife Sarah and I had been planning this trip for months. Portugal held a special place in our hearts, especially for Sarah. It was where her father, whom we all affectionately called Pops, had spent some of the happiest years of his life. Pops had passed away 5 years ago, before our daughter Emily was born. Even though Emily never got to meet her grandfather, we made sure to keep his memory alive through photos and stories. We arrived in Lisbon on a warm June afternoon. The city was bustling with tourists and locals alike, the air filled with the aroma of freshly baked pastéis de nata and the sound of traditional fado music drifting from nearby cafes. As we strolled down the cobblestone streets, Sarah pointed out places her father had loved, her eyes sparkling with nostalgia. On our third day, we decided to take a walk along the waterfront promenade in Cascais, a picturesque coastal town just outside Lisbon. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the Atlantic Ocean. Emily, our 4-year-old bundle of energy, was skipping ahead of us, her pigtails bouncing with each step. As we approached a row of old buildings lining the promenade, I noticed Emily slow down. She stopped in front of a narrow alleyway between two weathered structures. The entrance was dark and uninviting, nothing more than a gap between buildings that probably led to a service area or storage space. I was about to call Emily to keep moving when she suddenly pointed towards the alley and exclaimed, "Look, Daddy, there's Pops." My heart skipped a beat. Sarah and I exchanged confused glances before looking back at Emily. She was still pointing, her face lit up with excitement. "Sweetie, what do you mean?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling slightly. Emily turned to us, her big blue eyes wide with innocent conviction. "Pops is standing right there, Mommy. He's waving at us." I felt a chill run down my spine despite the warm evening air. Sarah's hand tightened around mine as we both stared into the dark alleyway. I saw nothing but shadows and maybe a stray cat, but Emily was adamant. "He's smiling, Daddy. He says he misses us," Emily continued, oblivious to our growing unease. I crouched down next to Emily, trying to see what she was seeing. "Honey, are you sure? We can't see anyone there?" Emily nodded vigorously. "Yes, Daddy. He's wearing his favorite blue shirt, the one with the little boats on it, and he has his funny hat on." My blood ran cold. Emily had never seen Pops wear that shirt or hat. We didn't have any photos of him in that particular outfit. How could she know about it? Sarah let out a small gasp. That's impossible," she whispered. "Dad always wore that shirt when we came to Portugal. It was his lucky vacation shirt. And the hat, it was a goofy souvenir he bought here years ago." I stood up slowly, my mind racing. There had to be a logical explanation. Maybe Emily had overheard us talking about Pop's vacation outfits at some point. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But as I watched Emily wave enthusiastically at the empty alleyway, I couldn't shake the feeling that something extraordinary was happening. "He's blowing us kisses now," Emily giggled. "Oh, he says he has to go. Bye-bye, Pops." And just like that, the moment was over. Emily turned away from the alley and resumed her skipping down the promenade as if nothing unusual had happened. Sarah and I stood frozen for a few more seconds, staring at the spot where our daughter had seen her grandfather. The alley remained dark and empty, showing no signs of the otherworldly visitor Emily had described. As we slowly started walking again, following our oblivious daughter, Sarah leaned in close to me. "Do you think—" She left the question unfinished, but I knew what she was asking. "I don't know," I replied honestly. "I really don't know." The rest of our walk was quiet, both of us lost in thought. When we returned to our hotel room that night, after putting Emily to bed, Sarah and I stayed up late into the night, talking in hushed tones about what had happened. We went over every possible explanation. Could Emily have seen an old man who resembled Pops? But how would she know about the specific shirt and hat? Was it possible that we had inadvertently shown her a photo we'd forgotten about? We racked our brains, but couldn't remember ever showing Emily a picture of Pops in his lucky vacation outfit. As the night wore on, we found ourselves considering possibilities we never would have entertained before. Could it be that the veil between our world and whatever comes after is thinner in some places? Was Portugal, with its rich history and Pop's strong connection to it, somehow a conduit for something beyond our understanding? The rational part of my brain rebelled against these thoughts, but I couldn't deny the goosebumps that rose on my arms every time I recalled Emily's words and the certainty in her voice. In the days that followed, we tried to subtly question Emily about what she had seen, but she treated it as if it was the most normal thing in the world. "I saw Pops," she would say matter-of-factly, then go back to coloring or playing with her toys. We didn't tell anyone else about the incident, not even our closest friends or family. How could we explain something we didn't understand ourselves? But privately, Sarah and I found ourselves paying closer attention to Emily's behavior, wondering if she would have another encounter. As our vacation came to an end, we made one last visit to the promenade in Cascais. The alleyway was still there, still dark and unremarkable. Emily showed no special interest in it this time, running past it without a second glance. But as we stood there, hand in hand, looking at that ordinary gap between buildings, I felt a shift in my perception of the world. The boundary between what I thought I knew and what might be possible had blurred. We returned home with more than just souvenirs and photos. We carried with us a profound sense of wonder and a newfound openness to the mysteries of existence. The incident at the alleyway became a private touchstone for our family, a shared secret that bonded us in a unique way. In the years since that trip, I've often found myself thinking back to that evening in Portugal. Sometimes when the world feels particularly chaotic, or when I'm grappling with life's big questions, I remember Emily's face as she waved to her unseen grandfather. I remember the inexplicable details she knew, the conviction in her voice, and while I still can't say for certain what happened that day, I've come to embrace the uncertainty. Maybe there are things in this world and beyond it that we simply can't explain. Maybe the connections we forge in life are stronger than we realize, transcending even the barrier of death. Whatever the truth may be, that moment on a Portuguese promenade opened my eyes to possibilities I had never considered before. It taught me that sometimes the most profound experiences come not from what we can see or touch, but from what we feel in our hearts. As for Emily, she's grown into a vibrant, imaginative young girl. She doesn't remember the incident now, or if she does, she doesn't mention it. But sometimes, when she's playing in the backyard or lost in thought, I catch a glimpse of that same look she had that day in Portugal, a look of seeing something just beyond the veil of our everyday world. And in those moments I find myself wondering, what does she see that we cannot? What connections exist that our adult minds have forgotten how to perceive? These questions may never have answers, but I've learned to find comfort in the mystery. After all, isn't that what life is all about? Embracing the unknown, cherishing the connections we have, and remaining open to the possibility that there's more to our existence than meets the eye. Our trip to Portugal may have ended, but the journey it set us on, a journey of questioning, wondering, and believing, continues to this day. And for that I am profoundly grateful. It was early October, prime elk season. I'd been out since before dawn, following some promising tracks I'd spotted the day before. The crisp mountain air filled my lungs as I carefully picked my way along a steep ridge, eyes peeled for any sign of movement. That's when I first saw him, a lone figure standing motionless about 50 yards ahead of me on the trail. He was wearing an old denim jacket and jeans, which struck me as odd given the chilly weather. But what really caught my attention was how still he was. Unnaturally still. I called out a greeting, figuring it was another hunter, but got no response. As I got closer, the hairs on the back of my neck started to stand up. Something wasn't right here. The man's form seemed hazy somehow, like I was viewing him through a shimmering heat mirage. But it was a cold morning with no reason for that kind of distortion. When I was about 20 feet away, he suddenly turned and looked right at me. I nearly jumped out of my skin. His face was gaunt and pale, with deep-set eyes that seemed to stare right through me. Without a word, he turned back around and started walking further up the ridge. Every instinct told me to turn tail and get the hell out of there. But there was something compelling about this strange figure. Before I knew it, my feet were carrying me after him. He led me along a treacherous path I'd never noticed before, winding between jagged rock formations. The terrain got steeper and more difficult, but the man in the denim jacket navigated it effortlessly. Every so often he'd pause and look back, as if checking to make sure I was still following. After what felt like hours of grueling hiking, we came to a small clearing tucked between two massive boulders. The mysterious guide stopped and pointed toward a pile of rocks at the base of the larger boulder. Then, in the blink of an eye, he simply vanished. I stood there in stunned silence for several long moments, trying to process what I'd just experienced. Part of me wondered if the thin mountain air had caused me to hallucinate the whole thing. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. With shaking hands, I approached the rock pile the man had indicated. As I got closer, I noticed something protruding from beneath the stones, the toe of an old leather boot. My blood ran cold as I realized what I was looking at. With mounting dread, I carefully removed some of the rocks. Underneath, I found the skeletal remains of a human body. I scrambled back, my mind reeling. Who was this person? How long had they been here? And what was the connection to my ghostly guide? It took me nearly an hour to gather my wits enough to call the local sheriff's office on my satellite phone. When I described where I was, they seemed baffled. Apparently, this area was considered nearly impassable and was rarely, if ever, patrolled. A search and rescue team arrived a few hours later by helicopter. They were as shocked by my discovery as I was. Carefully, they excavated and documented the remains. Among the bones, they found a weathered leather wallet. Inside was a driver's license for a man named Frank Weber, dated 1967. The pieces started falling into place. Frank Weber was a local hunter who had gone missing in these mountains 53 years ago. Despite extensive searches at the time, no trace of him was ever found. His disappearance had become something of a legend among the old-timers in town. As I recounted my experience to the sheriff, I could tell he was skeptical about the ghostly figure who led me there. But he couldn't deny the results. We had solved a decades-old mystery and would finally be able to bring closure to Frank's family. In the days that followed, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. Why had Frank's spirit chosen me? How had he known I would follow him? The whole experience left me deeply shaken. I've been back to those mountains many times since then, but I've never again encountered anything like what I saw that day. Sometimes when I'm out on the trails, I'll catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, or feel like I'm being watched. But it's probably just my imagination playing tricks on me. Still, I can't help but wonder, are there other lost souls out there in the wilderness, waiting for someone to help them find their way home? I don't have any answers, but I know one thing for certain. I'll never look at these mountains the same way again. The experience has changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. I find myself being more cautious and aware of my surroundings when I'm out hunting now. Every snapped twig or rustle in the underbrush makes me wonder if I'm about to have another supernatural encounter. I've also developed a deep respect for the mysteries of the natural world. There are things out there that defy rational explanation, forces beyond our understanding. It's humbling to realize how little we truly know about the world around us. In some ways, I feel like I was chosen for this experience. Maybe Frank's spirit sensed something in me that made him trust I would follow through and help bring him closure. Whatever the reason, I'm grateful for the opportunity to have played a small part in solving this decades-old mystery. Frank's family was overwhelmed with emotion when they learned his remains had finally been found. His daughter, now in her 60s, told me through tears that she had never given up hope of someday learning what happened to her father. Being able to give her that peace after all these years was incredibly moving. The local community was abuzz with the news as well. For weeks afterward, I couldn't go into town without being stopped by people wanting to hear the story firsthand. Some were skeptical, of course, but many others shared their own inexplicable experiences in those mountains. It seems I'm not the only one who has encountered something beyond the ordinary out there. As time has passed, I've come to terms with the fact that I may never fully understand what happened that day. Was it truly Frank's spirit guiding me? Or was it some kind of shared hallucination brought on by the harsh mountain environment? In the end, I suppose it doesn't really matter. What's important is that a family finally has answers, and a lost soul has found its way home. I still hunt these mountains regularly, but now I go with a newfound sense of reverence and wonder. Every time I set foot on those trails, I'm acutely aware that I'm walking in the footsteps of those who came before, some of whom may still be out there, watching and waiting. To anyone reading this who might be skeptical, I understand. I was once like you. But I'm here to tell you that there are things in this world that can't be explained by logic or reason alone. Sometimes you have to trust your instincts and be open to experiences beyond your understanding. If you ever find yourself in the Lemmy Range, keep your eyes and your mind open. You never know what or who you might encounter out there in the wild. And if you do happen to come across a solitary figure in a denim jacket, don't be afraid to follow where he leads. You just might help bring peace to another lost soul. As for me, I'll keep exploring these mountains for as long as I'm able. But now, every time I lace up my boots and shoulder my pack, I say a little prayer of thanks to Frank for choosing me that day. His spirit may have moved on, but the impact of our encounter will stay with me for the rest of my days. In sharing this story, I hope to inspire others to approach the natural world with a sense of wonder and respect. There's so much more out there than what meets the eye. Sometimes, if we're lucky, we get a glimpse behind the veil of everyday reality. And when we do, it changes us forever. So the next time you're out in nature, pay attention to those prickles on the back of your neck, those inexplicable feelings of being watched. You never know. You might just be in the presence of something extraordinary. And if you are, embrace it. For it's in those moments that we truly come alive and connect with the great mysteries of existence. I was always close to my great-aunt Martha. After my parents passed away when I was in college, she took me in and became like a second mother to me. Her old Victorian house had plenty of space, so I moved into one of the spare bedrooms on the second floor. It had been about 6 months since I started living there when the strange occurrences began. At first, it was just little things. Items moved from where I'd left them. Cold spots in certain areas of the house. The feeling of being watched when I was alone. I tried to brush it off as my imagination running wild in the unfamiliar surroundings. But then came that night in early October. I had gone to bed around 11 p.m. after staying up late studying. The house was quiet except for the occasional creak of the old floorboards settling. I was drifting off to sleep when I heard my bedroom door slowly creak open. My eyes snapped open and I froze, heart pounding. A figure was standing in the doorway, silhouetted by the dim hall light. As my eyes adjusted, I could make out more details. It was a young man, maybe in his early 20s, with tousled dark hair. He was wearing jeans and a t-shirt. Something about him seemed vaguely familiar, but in my half-asleep state I couldn't place it. The figure took a step into my room, and I bolted upright in bed, fully awake now and terrified. "Who are you? What do you want?" I managed to choke out. He didn't respond, just kept slowly walking towards my bed. As he got closer, I could see his face more clearly in the moonlight coming through the window. My blood ran cold as recognition hit me like a punch to the gut. It was my cousin Michael, who had died in a car accident over 2 years ago. I scrambled backwards until I was pressed against the headboard, unable to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. Michael stopped at the foot of my bed, staring at me with a sad expression. His form seemed slightly translucent, and I could see a faint glow emanating from him. "Michael," I whispered, my voice shaking. "Is that really you?" He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. He reached a hand towards me, his eyes pleading. I wanted to reach back, to touch him, and prove to myself that he was really there. But I was paralyzed with fear and shock. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with my outstretched hand, he flickered like a faulty light bulb and vanished. I was left staring at the empty space where he had been, wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. I didn't sleep at all the rest of that night. I kept the lights on and jumped at every little sound, half expecting Michael's ghost to reappear. When morning finally came, I stumbled downstairs in a daze. Aunt Martha took one look at my pale face and dark-circled eyes and immediately sat me down with a cup of tea. "What happened, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, patting my hand. I let out a strangled laugh. If only she knew how accurate that statement was. I debated whether or not to tell her what I'd seen. Would she think I was losing my mind? In the end, I decided to keep it to myself for now. I mumbled something about having a nightmare and not sleeping well. The next few nights passed without incident, though I was on high alert for any signs of Michael's ghost. Just when I was starting to think maybe it had been a particularly vivid dream after all, things took an even stranger turn. 5 nights after the ghostly encounter, I had the most intense and realistic dream of my life. I found myself standing in a misty field. The air felt thick and heavy, muffling all sound. Through the fog, I could make out a figure walking towards me. As they got closer, I realized it was Michael. He looked exactly as he had in life, healthy and vibrant, not the pale apparition I'd seen in my room. When he reached me, he grabbed my shoulders and started speaking urgently. But no matter how hard I strained, I couldn't make out what he was saying. It was like trying to hear someone underwater. I could tell from his expression that whatever he was trying to tell me was incredibly important. But the harder I tried to understand, the more frustrated and panicked he became. Tears were streaming down his face as he shook me, desperately trying to get his message across. I woke up with a gasp, my heart racing and tears on my own cheeks. The dream had felt so real, so visceral. I could still feel the phantom sensation of Michael's hands gripping my shoulders. As I tried to calm my breathing, I heard footsteps in the hallway. There was a soft knock at my door, then my brother Jake poked his head in. He had been staying with us for the past week while in town on business. "Hey, you okay? I heard you cry out," he said, brow furrowed with concern. I nodded, not trusting my voice yet. Jake came and sat on the edge of my bed. "Bad dream?" he asked. I took a deep breath. "Yeah, it was intense. I dreamed about Michael." Jake's eyes widened. "That's weird. I actually had a dream about him too. He was trying to tell me something, but I couldn't hear what he was saying." A chill ran down my spine. "Wait, seriously?" In my dream, he was doing the exact same thing, trying to speak to me, but I couldn't understand him. We stared at each other in shocked silence for a moment. The odds of us having such similar dreams about our deceased cousin on the same night seemed astronomical. Our conversation was interrupted by Aunt Martha calling up the stairs that breakfast was ready. We headed down, both lost in thought about the bizarre coincidence. As we entered the kitchen, I noticed Aunt Martha looked as tired and shaken as Jake and I felt. She was normally chipper in the mornings, but today she was oddly subdued as she set plates of eggs and toast on the table. "Everything all right, Aunt Martha?" I asked. She sighed heavily as she sat down. "Oh, I'm fine, dear. Just didn't sleep well. Had a rather upsetting dream." Jake and I exchanged a look. "Let me guess," I said slowly. "You dreamed about Michael?" Aunt Martha's fork clattered to her plate. "How on earth did you know that?" We quickly filled her in on our own dreams. With each detail we shared, Aunt Martha grew paler. When we finished, she slumped back in her chair, looking shell-shocked. "I don't understand," she murmured. "How is this possible? For all 3 of us to have such similar dreams about Michael on the same night?" "Maybe it's not just a coincidence," Jake said. "Maybe he's actually trying to communicate with us somehow." I hadn't told them about seeing Michael's ghost in my room, but now I wondered if I should. Before I could decide, Aunt Martha spoke up again. "There's something else," she said quietly. "I'm not sure if it's related, but do either of you remember what today's date is?" Jake and I shook our heads, confused by the apparent non sequitur. "It's October 8th, Aunt Martha continued, exactly 2 years since Michael's accident." A heavy silence fell over the kitchen as the implications of that sank in. It was too much to be a mere coincidence. Something truly inexplicable was happening. The rest of the day passed in a haze as we all tried to process what had occurred. We spent hours discussing theories and possibilities, but came no closer to understanding. That night, I lay awake for hours, both hoping for and dreading another visit from Michael. but the night passed uneventfully. In the days and weeks that followed, there were no more shared dreams or ghostly encounters. It's been months now, and we still have no explanation for what happened that night. Was it truly Michael's spirit reaching out to us? If so, what was he trying to tell us? Or was it some sort of mass hallucination brought on by grief and the anniversary of his death? I don't know if we'll ever have answers, but I do know that the experience changed us all. It brought us closer together as a family and made us reevaluate our beliefs about life, death, and what may lie beyond. Sometimes at night, I still find myself watching the shadows, half expecting to see Michael's ghostly form emerge. Part of me hopes he'll return and finally be able to deliver his message, but mostly, I hope he's found peace wherever he may be. The mystery of that night remains unsolved, but it serves as a constant reminder that there are things in this world beyond our understanding. And sometimes, the bonds of love and family can transcend even death itself. I was born and raised in a small town in upstate New York, in a house that had been in my family for generations. It was a beautiful old Victorian home with ornate woodwork and stained glass windows. But beneath its charming exterior, there was something deeply unsettling about that place. The strange occurrences started small at first. I'd hear faint whispers coming from empty rooms or catch glimpses of shadowy figures darting just out of sight. I tried to rationalize it away. Old houses make noises. My eyes were playing tricks on me. But as time went on, things escalated in ways I couldn't explain. One night when I was about 14, I woke up suddenly feeling like I was being watched. The air in my bedroom felt thick and heavy, making it hard to breathe. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw a tall, black figure standing in the corner, completely motionless. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or cry out. After what felt like hours, I finally managed to reach over and turn on my bedside lamp. In that split second, the figure vanished, but the oppressive feeling in the room remained. From then on, paranormal activity in the house ramped up dramatically. Objects would move on their own when no one was looking. Doors would slam shut violently for no reason. The sounds of murmuring voices and footsteps echoed through empty hallways at all hours. My family tried to ignore it at first. My parents brushed off my concerns, saying I had an overactive imagination. But even they couldn't deny it forever. I'll never forget the look of shock and fear on my mom's face the day she saw a kitchen chair slide across the floor on its own right in front of her. One of the most terrifying incidents happened when I had a friend sleeping over. We were playing hide-and-seek late at night. Probably not the smartest idea in a haunted house, I know. I was it and searching for my friend. As I approached the laundry room door, I heard him whisper from inside, "Dude, help me, I can't get out." I tried to open the door, but it was stuck fast. My friend was pulling from the inside while I yanked from the outside, but it wouldn't budge an inch. Then I heard him let out a blood-curdling scream. "Something's in here," he yelled. "It's holding the door shut." Panic overtook me as I threw my full body weight against the door, finally forcing it open. My friend tumbled out, white as a sheet and trembling. He swore he felt icy hands gripping his arms, holding him in place as he tried to escape. We both slept with the lights on that night. The atmosphere in the house was constantly oppressive. It felt like wading through molasses just to walk down the hallway sometimes. Random cold spots would appear out of nowhere, the temperature plummeting 20 degrees in specific areas. The air always felt charged, like the moments before a thunderstorm. I began waking up with unexplained scratches and bruises on my body. 3 parallel lines would appear on my arms or legs overnight. Once I found what looked like handprints on my neck, as if I'd been choked in my sleep. The feeling of being watched was constant. Even when I was home alone, I always felt eyes on me. Sometimes I'd be in the shower and suddenly get hit with an overwhelming sense that someone was standing right outside the curtain, staring at me. I'd whip the curtain back, heart pounding, but no one was ever there. My brother and I shared a bedroom, and we'd often wake each other up in the middle of the night because of the paranormal activity. One time, I jolted awake to find him sitting bolt upright in bed, eyes wide with terror. "Do you see it?" he whispered. I followed his gaze to the foot of his bed, where a dark, hunched figure was crouched. As soon as I laid eyes on it, it scuttled unnaturally fast into the shadows and disappeared. Another night, we were both awakened by the sound of hushed voices having a conversation. It sounded like it was coming from right between our beds, but when we turned on the lights, the room was empty. We could still hear the murmuring, though, now seeming to come from inside the walls themselves. The entities in our house seemed to feed off fear and negative energy. Any time there was an argument or someone was upset, paranormal activity would spike. Dishes would fly off shelves, light bulbs would explode, the temperature would drop drastically. It was like whatever was haunting us gained strength from our distress. I became obsessed with researching the paranormal, desperate to understand what was happening and how to make it stop. I'd spend hours online reading about different types of hauntings and entities, but nothing I found quite matched our experiences. It wasn't just one type of haunting. We seemed to have the whole spectrum of paranormal activity happening at once. There were definitely intelligent spirits that could interact and communicate, but there also seemed to be residual hauntings, the same events playing out over and over, like a recording stuck on loop. And then there were the shadow people and more sinister entities that felt malevolent and threatening. I tried cleansing rituals, burning sage, placing protective symbols around the house. Nothing seemed to work for long. The activity would die down briefly, only to come back stronger than ever. As I got older, I began to wonder about the history of our house and land. I spent days at the local library, poring over old records and newspapers. What I found chilled me to the bone. Apparently, the property had been the site of multiple tragedies over the years, murders, suicides, accidents. It was like the land itself was cursed. One of the creepiest discoveries was an old photograph from the late 1800s showing the original family who built our house. In the background, barely visible, was a dark figure standing in an upstairs window, a window I recognized as being in my bedroom. The figure's face was blurred and distorted in a way that made my skin crawl. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever that thing was, it was still in our house over a century later. Living with constant paranormal activity takes a psychological toll. I developed severe insomnia, too terrified to sleep. When I did manage to doze off, I'd have vivid nightmares of shadowy figures chasing me through endless hallways. I became jumpy and paranoid, questioning my own sanity at times. My grades started slipping as I struggled to concentrate in school. How could I focus on algebra when I was worried about what terrors awaited me at home? I withdrew from friends, not wanting to invite anyone over or try to explain what was happening. Who would believe me anyway? One of the most gut-wrenching aspects was feeling unsafe in my own home. A house should be a sanctuary, a place of comfort and security. But ours felt more like a prison, filled with unseen threats lurking around every corner. I'd count down the minutes until I could leave for school each morning, dreading the moment I'd have to return in the afternoon. As much as the paranormal activity terrified me, a sick part of me also became fascinated by it. I'd find myself purposely staying up late, waiting to see what would happen next. It was like living in a real-life horror movie. But the fear and stress were all too real. I begged my parents to move, but they refused. The house had been in our family for generations, they said. We couldn't just abandon it. Plus, they still seemed skeptical of just how bad things really were. They hadn't experienced the worst of it like my brother and I had. Years passed, and eventually I left for college, grateful for the escape. But even then, I couldn't fully shake the haunting. I'd have vivid nightmares about the house. Sometimes I'd wake up in my dorm room feeling that same oppressive heaviness I'd known growing up. It was like part of whatever was in that house had followed me. To this day, I struggle to make sense of what happened in that house. Was it really haunted by multiple entities? Were we all collectively hallucinating? Was there some natural explanation for everything we experienced? I don't have any satisfying answers. All I know is that those years living in that house fundamentally changed me. I'm still not comfortable in the dark. I'm hyper-aware of any unexplained noises or movements. Part of me is always on guard, waiting for the next paranormal encounter. I've tried to move on with my life, to put it all behind me. But the memories and the fear linger. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever truly feel safe and at peace anywhere. That house may be in my past, but its presence still looms large in my psyche. The scars it left, both physical and emotional, may never fully heal. I was just a kid back in '82, barely 12 years old, when my dad took me to Bill Blatty's place in California. You know, the guy who wrote The Exorcist? Yeah, that Bill Blatty. My old man was into all sorts of paranormal stuff, and he'd struck up a friendship with Bill over their shared interest in the supernatural. I remember being pretty excited about the visit. I mean, how many kids get to hang out at a famous author's house? Bill's place was this sprawling ranch-style home, nestled in the hills overlooking the Pacific. It was a warm summer evening when we arrived, the kind where the air feels thick and heavy, like it's holding onto the day's heat. Bill greeted us at the door, all smiles and hearty handshakes. He was a big guy, with a booming voice that seemed to fill up the whole room. "Come on in, folks," he bellowed, ushering us inside. The house was dimly lit, giving it this eerie, atmospheric vibe that I guess was fitting for a horror writer. My dad and Bill immediately launched into a conversation about their latest paranormal theories, leaving me to awkwardly trail behind them as we made our way through the house. We ended up in what I can only describe as Bill's study, a room packed floor to ceiling with books, strange artifacts, and all sorts of electronic equipment. The air was thick with the smell of old paper and tobacco smoke. Bill offered my dad a cigar, which he politely declined before settling into a worn leather armchair. "So, John," Bill said, addressing my father, "you ready to try out this EVP stuff?" EVP, I later learned, stood for Electronic Voice Phenomenon, the belief that spirits could communicate through electronic devices. My dad nodded eagerly, his eyes glinting with excitement. "Absolutely, Bill. What's the setup?" Bill gestured to a complicated-looking array of equipment on his desk. There was a reel-to-reel tape recorder, a couple of microphones, and some other gadgets I couldn't identify. "State-of-the-art," Bill proclaimed proudly. "If there are any spirits wanting to chat, this baby'll pick 'em up." I remember feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness as they set everything up. The idea of actually hearing ghosts was both thrilling and terrifying to my 12-year-old mind. My grandmother had passed away just a few months prior, and I couldn't help but wonder if we might hear from her. Once everything was ready, Bill dimmed the lights even further and asked us all to be quiet. The only sound in the room was the soft whir of the tape recorder as it began to roll. Bill spoke into one of the microphones, his voice low and steady. "If there are any spirits present, we welcome you. Please, speak to us." We sat in silence for what felt like an eternity. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier, more oppressive. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, and a chill ran down my spine, despite the warmth of the evening. After about 10 minutes of this, Bill stopped the recording. "All right," he said, his voice breaking the tension. "Let's see if we caught anything." He rewound the tape and hit play. At first, all we could hear was the ambient noise of the room, the soft hum of electronics, the occasional creak of the house settling. But then, about halfway through the recording, something happened that I'll never forget. A voice, clear as day, came through the speakers. It was a woman's voice, soft and melodic, and what it said sent a jolt of shock through my entire body. "Nikki, Red." My dad and I exchanged a wide-eyed look of disbelief. Bill, noticing our reaction, quickly paused the tape. "What is it?" he asked, leaning forward in his chair. "Did you recognize that voice?" My dad, his face pale, nodded slowly. That was my mother's voice, my boy's grandmother." Bill's eyebrows shot up. "Are you sure?" "Positive," my dad replied. "But it's not just that. It's what she said. Nikki, Red. That was her pet name for my father, my boy's grandfather, but she only ever used it in private. It was like their secret code." I nodded, remembering how my grandma would sometimes call Grandpa Nicky when she thought no one was listening. And Red, that was because of his bright red hair when they first met. Bill looked stunned. I had no idea. There's no way I could have known that. The implications of what had just happened began to sink in. We had potentially captured the voice of my recently deceased grandmother, speaking a phrase that only she would have known. The odds of this being a coincidence or a trick were astronomical. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. Bill played the tape several more times, and each time the voice was there, clear and unmistakable. "Nikki, Red." My dad and Bill talked late into the night, theorizing about what this could mean, but I was too shaken to really follow their conversation. As we drove home that night, the car was filled with a heavy silence. I could tell my dad was deep in thought, trying to process what we'd experienced. As for me, I couldn't stop thinking about my grandma. Had she really reached out to us from beyond the grave? And if so, why? What was she trying to tell us? In the years since that night, I've replayed the events in my mind countless times. I've researched EVP, read countless accounts of similar experiences, and even tried my own experiments. But nothing has ever come close to that night at Bill Blatty's house. I'm in my 50s now, and I still don't have any answers. The rational part of my mind wants to dismiss it as some kind of elaborate hoax or a remarkable coincidence. But then I remember the shock on Bill's face when we explained the significance of those words. There's no way he could have known about Nikki, Red. It was a secret pet name, something my grandparents only used in their most private moments. Sometimes late at night when the house is quiet and still, I find myself whispering into the darkness. "Grandma, if you're there, can you hear me?" I never get a response, of course, but after what happened that night in 1982, I can't help but wonder if someone, somewhere, might be listening. That experience at Bill Blatty's house changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. It opened my eyes to the possibility that there might be more to this world than what we can see and touch. It made me question everything I thought I knew about life and death, but more than anything, it left me with a lingering sense of mystery, a mystery that, even after all these years, I'm no closer to solving. Was it really my grandmother's voice we heard that night? And if it was, what was she trying to tell us? I don't know if I'll ever have the answers to these questions. But I do know that I'll never forget that summer evening in 1982 when a voice from beyond reached out to us through Bill Blatty's tape recorder, speaking words that only my grandmother could have known. It's a story I've told countless times over the years, to friends, to family, and now to you. And every time I tell it, I'm right back there in that dimly lit study, hearing those two simple words that changed everything. Nikki, Red. That night felt different from the start. There was a heaviness in the air, a stillness that seemed to press against my skin. I remember glancing at the window, expecting to see storm clouds, but the sky was clear and studded with stars. We eventually drifted off, but I woke suddenly in the dark. At first I thought it was just another bout of insomnia. Then I realized I couldn't move. Panic flared in my chest as I tried to lift my arms, turn my head, even blink. Nothing. I was completely paralyzed. That's when I saw them. Wolves. But not like any wolves I'd ever seen before. They were darker than the shadows themselves, their edges blurring and shifting as if they weren't quite solid. Their eyes glowed with an eerie, pale light. They moved silently, padding across the room and surrounding our beds. I wanted to scream, to wake my sisters, but I couldn't make a sound. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. One of the spectral wolves approached me. It was massive, its head easily level with the top of the bed. It loomed over me, and I could feel its hot breath on my face. The weight of its presence was suffocating. I don't know what made me do it. Maybe it was a desperate attempt to protect myself, or maybe some deep, instinctual part of me knew what to do. But somehow, I managed to lift my hand, just slightly, just enough, and reached out to touch the wolf. As my fingers brushed its shadowy fur, something changed. The oppressive weight lifted, and I could breathe again. The wolf's eyes, which had been fixed on mine with an unsettling intensity, softened. It lowered its head, nuzzling against my hand. For a moment, just a moment, I felt safe, protected even. It was the strangest sensation, this shift from absolute terror to a sense of calm. But it didn't last long. As quickly as they had appeared, the wolves began to fade. They didn't leave through the door or window. They simply dissolved, like mist dissipating in the morning sun. Within seconds they were gone, leaving no trace of their presence. I lay there, heart still racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had it been a dream? Some kind of shared hallucination? But then I heard a whisper from my right. Did you see that? It was Emma, one of my sisters. The wolves? Lily's voice came from my left, shaky and uncertain. We sat up slowly, huddling together in the center of our makeshift bed. None of us wanted to turn on the light, as if doing so might somehow make the experience more real. They were everywhere, Emma said, her voice barely audible. I couldn't move. I thought they were going to... Me too, Lily whispered. But then one of them came up to me, and when I touched it, it was like, I don't know, like it wasn't going to hurt me after all. I nodded, relief flooding through me as I realized I wasn't crazy, that my sisters had experienced the same thing. Did you feel it too? That weird sense of safety? They both nodded. and we fell into a stunned silence. We spent the rest of the night like that, huddled together, jumping at every creak of the house settling or whisper of wind outside. When morning finally came, we debated whether to tell our parents. But how could we explain it? We could barely understand it ourselves. In the end, we decided to keep it to ourselves, our own strange, shared secret. That was years ago, and we've never seen the spectral wolves again. We've tried to rationalize it. Sleep paralysis, overactive imaginations, something we ate. But deep down, we know. We know what we saw, what we felt. Sometimes, late at night, I still find myself glancing at the shadows in the corners of my room, half expecting to see those glowing eyes. Part of me is terrified at the thought, but another part almost hopes to see them again, to feel that inexplicable connection. We've researched, trying to find similar experiences or explanations. We've come across stories of spirit animals, of guardians from another realm. Nothing quite matches what we saw, but it's enough to make me wonder, were they protectors, messengers, or something else entirely? I don't know if we'll ever have answers, but I do know that night changed us. It opened our eyes to the possibility that there's more to this world than what we can see or touch. My sisters and I, we're closer than ever now. We have an unspoken understanding, a bond forged in that strange, terrifying, awe-inspiring experience. Sometimes when we're together, I'll catch one of them looking into the shadows, and I know they're remembering too. I've never told anyone else about this. How could I? It sounds crazy, even to me, and I lived it. But sometimes, when I'm alone and the night is particularly dark, I find myself whispering into the shadows, thanking them, those spectral wolves, for whatever it was they did that night, for showing us that there's more to this world than we know. And sometimes, just sometimes, I swear, I can feel a warm breath on my hand in response. I was exhausted when I finally got home from Dad's funeral. The past few days had been a blur of grief, funeral arrangements, and awkward conversations with relatives I barely knew. All I wanted was to collapse on the couch, zone out in front of the TV, and try to process everything that had happened. I kicked off my uncomfortable dress shoes and grabbed a beer from the fridge, not even bothering to change out of my dark suit. The house felt emptier than usual as I settled onto the couch and flicked on some mindless reality show. Dad and I had lived here together for years after Mom passed, and now I was truly alone. I must have dozed off at some point because I jolted awake suddenly, disoriented. The TV was still on, but something felt off. The air seemed heavier somehow, charged with an odd static electricity. A chill ran down my spine as I became aware of a low, rumbling vibration. At first I thought it was just a truck passing by outside, but it kept building in intensity. The entire room started to tremble, picture frames rattling on the walls, glasses clinking in the kitchen cabinets. My heart began to race as I realized this was no ordinary earthquake or passing vehicle. That's when I saw it, a massive shadowy figure looming in the hallway leading to the bedrooms. It was unnaturally tall, at least 7 or 8 feet, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. The form was vaguely human-shaped, but blurred and indistinct around the edges, as if it was made of swirling dark smoke. I froze, unable to breathe or move as I stared at the impossible apparition. This couldn't be real. I had to still be dreaming, right? I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to wake up. But when I opened them again, the figure was still there. As I watched in stunned disbelief, It seemed to notice me. The shadow form turned slightly, facing me directly now. I could make out no facial features in the inky blackness, but I sensed it staring right at me with an intense, unnerving focus. A fresh wave of terror washed over me as the figure began to move. Slowly, jerkily, it took a halting step forward into the living room, then another and another. The vibrations intensified with each step, the whole house now shaking violently. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything but sit there paralyzed with fear. But my body refused to cooperate. I could only watch helplessly as the towering shadow drew closer and closer. When it was about halfway across the room, maybe 10 feet away, it stopped abruptly. We regarded each other in tense silence for what felt like an eternity. I became aware that I was holding my breath, my chest burning from lack of oxygen. Suddenly, the figure raised one smoky arm, pointing directly at me. A jolt of raw panic finally shocked me into action. I leapt up from the couch, stumbling backwards until I hit the wall. My legs felt like jelly, barely able to support my weight. The shadow took another lurching step forward, arm still extended accusingly. The shaking reached a fever pitch, knickknacks toppling from shelves and crashing to the floor. The light bulb in the ceiling fixture exploded in a shower of sparks and glass. In the new darkness, the figure seemed to grow even larger, looming over me. I slid down the wall, curling into a ball and squeezing my eyes shut. This was it. I was going to die, killed by some impossible ghost or demon. I waited for the final blow, but it never came. After a few moments of cowering, I cautiously opened one eye. The shadow was still there, but it had lowered its arm. The shaking had stopped. We stared at each other in the dim light filtering in from outside. That's when a thought struck me like a bolt of lightning. The height, the broad shoulders, even the way it moved, it all seemed achingly familiar. "Dad?" I whispered, my voice cracking. The figure didn't respond, but I sensed a shift in its energy. The oppressive fear lifting slightly, replaced by sadness, longing. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Slowly, hesitantly, I climbed to my feet. My legs were shaky, but I managed to take a tentative step forward. The shadow didn't move or react. I took another step, then another. When I was just a few feet away, I stopped, unsure what to do next. Part of me still screamed that this was insane, that I should run far away from this supernatural horror. But a deeper instinct told me I had nothing to fear. I cleared my throat. "Dad, is that really you? I miss you so much." The figure remained motionless for a long moment. Then, almost imperceptibly, it nodded. A sob escaped my throat, equal parts grief and relief. "I'm so sorry. I should have visited more, should have told you I loved you. There's so much left unsaid." I trailed off as the shadow slowly raised its arm again. But this time, the gesture wasn't threatening. It reached out as if to touch my face. I felt the lightest brush against my cheek, cool and insubstantial as mist. A wave of emotion crashed over me. Love, sorrow, regret, acceptance. In that moment, I understood that Dad had unfinished business too. He needed to say goodbye as much as I did. "It's okay," I whispered. "I know. You can rest now." The shadow figure seemed to relax, its edges softening. It began to fade, growing transparent. I blinked back tears, not wanting to miss a moment of these final seconds with my father's spirit. Just before it disappeared completely, I could have sworn I saw the faintest outline of a smile. Then it was gone, leaving me alone in the darkened living room. I stood there for a long time, processing what had just happened. Part of me wondered if I had imagined the whole thing, if grief had caused some kind of mental break. But the broken light fixture and scattered debris were tangible proof that something very real had occurred. Eventually, I made my way to bed in a daze. I lay awake for hours, replaying every moment of the encounter. By the time I drifted off to sleep, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't experienced since before Dad got sick. The next morning, I woke feeling oddly refreshed. The house was quiet and still, no sign of any supernatural activity. As I went about cleaning up the mess from the night before, I reflected on the experience. I knew that many people would think I was crazy if I told them what happened. Maybe I was. But I also knew with absolute certainty that my father's spirit had visited me, giving us both the closure we desperately needed. In the weeks and months that followed, I never saw the shadow figure again, but sometimes, usually when I was feeling lonely or sad, I'd feel the lightest touch on my shoulder or a cool breeze across my face, and I'd smile, knowing that Dad was still watching over me. I don't pretend to understand the mysteries of life and death or what lies beyond, but I do know that love transcends the boundaries between worlds, and sometimes, if we're lucky, we get one last chance to say goodbye. I was so excited when I finally got my first apartment. It was nothing fancy, just a small one-bedroom on the third floor of an older building downtown. But it was mine. No more living with roommates or crashing on friends' couches. I'd been there about a month and was just starting to feel settled in. That night started like any other. I'd gotten home from work, microwaved some leftover pasta for dinner, and was chilling on the couch watching Netflix. It was around 9 p.m., and I was debating whether to start another episode or call it an early night. Suddenly, the halogen floor lamp next to the couch started flickering. At first, I thought maybe the bulb was going out, but then it got brighter and brighter. Within seconds, it was blazing at full intensity, way brighter than it should have been able to go. The light was so intense it was almost painful to look at. Before I could even process what was happening with the lamp, that's when I heard it. A woman's laugh, but not just any laugh. This was deep and unsettling, almost guttural. It filled the entire apartment, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I froze, my heart pounding. The laugh wasn't muffled or distant like it was coming through the walls. It was crystal clear, as if someone was right there in the room with me. But I was alone. I knew I was alone. The laughter continued for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10-15 seconds. It had an almost mocking quality to it, like whatever was producing it was amused by my fear. I got the distinct impression it was deliberately trying to get my attention. Just as abruptly as it started, the laughter cut off. The lamp dimmed back to normal at the same moment. I sat there in stunned silence, my breath coming in short gasps. After a minute or two, I shakily got to my feet. I checked every room, looked under the bed, in the closets. Nothing. No sign of anyone or anything that could have produced that sound. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a neighbor's TV or something. But I knew that wasn't it. The laughter had been too clear, too present, and it didn't explain the lamp. As the initial shock wore off, I noticed the apartment felt different. The air seemed heavier somehow and colder. There was a palpable sense of unease that hadn't been there before. I ended up calling a friend and staying at their place that night. I told myself I was just rattled and things would seem normal in the morning, but when I went back the next day, that feeling of wrongness was still there. Over the next few days, nothing else overtly supernatural happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and see nothing there. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced I'd heard that laugh again. I tried to ignore it, to convince myself I was just being paranoid. But things kept getting worse. Objects would move when I wasn't looking. I'd put my keys on the counter and find them on the floor across the room. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. The final straw came about a week after the initial incident. I was in the shower when I heard what sounded like fingernails scraping down the bathroom door. When I got out, there were 3 long scratches in the wood that hadn't been there before. I moved out the next day. I broke my lease and ate the cost, but I didn't care. I just knew I couldn't stay there another night. It's been a few years now, and I've never experienced anything like that again. But I still think about it sometimes, especially late at night when I'm alone. I've tried researching the building's history, looking for any clues about what might have happened there, but I've never found any answers. I don't know what that thing was or why it chose to reveal itself to me that night. Was it trying to scare me away or invite me into something darker? I'm not sure I want to know. All I know is that laugh still haunts my dreams sometimes. And whenever I hear a woman laugh unexpectedly, my blood runs cold for just a moment. I've told this story to a few close friends over the years. Most of them try to explain it away. Sleep paralysis, an overactive imagination, maybe someone pulling an elaborate prank. But they weren't there. They didn't feel the malevolent presence that filled that apartment after the laughter faded. I consider myself a pretty rational person. I've never been into ghost stories or the paranormal. But what happened that night defies any logical explanation I can come up with. It's made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. Sometimes I wonder if I should have stayed, tried to communicate with whatever it was. But deep down, I know I made the right choice in leaving. Some doors are better left unopened. I still live in the same city, but I avoid that neighborhood now. Just being near that building makes my skin crawl. I've thought about trying to warn the current tenants, but what would I even say? Hey, watch out for the evil laughing ghost lady. They'd think I was crazy, so I keep it to myself mostly. This bizarre experience that changed how I see the world. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened in that apartment, but I do know one thing for certain. I'll never forget the sound of that laugh.